All right, so let's get started. Let's call the meeting to order. We do the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I can have a motion to approve the agenda. Yep. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I don't have any remarks except to say that the packet you received from John this morning is updated sheets based on the work he's done to try to make some corrections on the regarding the assessment. So we'll get into all of that as we move forward. John?
Okay, thank you, Larry. Okay, so before we set, and I'm assuming by now you all have the agenda, and we will start with finance. Steve's here, but I do want to talk to everybody like I did with BNF. I do appreciate, and I think Keating, the chair, allowed 3 board members to be a part of it, and I do appreciate that. I mean, that's just an addition to these 2 days, and it's all good. Steve did make the changes on we did get a report, a very thorough report from BNF. Steve and I had talked about what changes to include. If you all have the hard copy of the changes that the few schedules that Steve updated for that, I included a reconciliation. And I believe Steve put that on the front. So we're going to talk about that first. And before we do that, I just want to give you my summary and everything that I've spoken to everybody else. I mean, as we've mentioned many times, we're doing a budget during a pandemic. With that said, in comparison to other budgets this past year, there are a lot of variables. There's a lot more assumptions, and certainly a lot more challenges. I believe that has all been laid out. That I have laid it out, that the team has laid it out, and we've addressed it. And we've given options. There are a lot of options. If I take just increases that, and I did a bottoms up, which we always do, and with the bylaws and what I was instructed to do, we did a bottoms up total team involvement. I came up with the number. And then we had a COVID adjustment. If I took that all together, the increase in the assessment would have been a couple $100, which has been laid out, which has been in the papers. Now, let me make that clear because I know what happens here. In no way is this assessment that I'm speaking to you all about today even come close to that. If anything, if you looked at the reconciliation that I'm going to speak to you about now, what we're going to present today is an assessment of somewhere increase of possibly $35. And we'll talk more about that. But there's a lot of challenges, there's a lot of variables, there's a lot of new stuff that had to be covered. And some of the items is this. And in this will evolve over the next 2 days also. But I just want to highlight so everybody understands. So we did a bottoms up, but let's look at it a different way. Our salaries, our benefits are approximately 70% of our assessment. You can't ignore that. The medical, in this budget, the medical increase that I was told could be 30%. That's $250,000 that we didn't have in last year's budget, 986. That would equate alone to $30 on the assessment. Salaries at a 3% plus the statutory increases for minimum wage. And we have that. We had it last year, but we have more. That equates to $110,000 or $13 on the assessment. Property and casualty would also increase. I'm being told 10%. That's $60,000. That's $7 in the equation on the assessment. So let's just summarize this for everybody. Medical 250, salaries 110, property and casualty, that's $420,000 that wasn't in the 986 last year. That equates to $50. if we just took that. But I need everybody to understand 70% of our revenues is salaries and medical benefits, okay? The bulkheads, we told last year, and I'm talking about the general, we'll talk about the separate bulkheads reserved later. Last year, we put back the $19 the year before we had zero, so certainly the 19 last year was an increase in the assessment. Last year, I was told to increase it. We all agreed to keep it at 19 because we hadn't had it in there the year before. I came forth originally with $40. My team, specifically Nobi Violante, we believe we could do it cheaper, and you'll see that when we talk about the bulkheads. So between B&F and now, I've lowered the bulkheads. This is for general, this is the general part of operations. I lowered it down to $25 from the 40. Right? You'll see that on the reconciliation as I talk about that right after this. The drainage. Drainage is number one priority from this board, number one priority from me and my team. We didn't have anything in the 986 last year, 96 budget for drainage, because we had a balance in there, a balance in the account, and we said we can use that. We subsequently came up with a project, a very good project, which we're all committed to. That had to be funded, and we did, and the board approved that I can reallocate money. But with that said, the regular drainage, the pipes and everything which we're experiencing are failing after 30, 40, 50 years, depending on the pipes. I need a balance for that. So the drainage, and with the salaries and everything else that go in there, I have a number around $380,000, which we didn't have in the prior budget because we had a balance, which we used. And that's $44. Now I do have some offsets. Before that, I just want to talk about one thing. When I asked my team to prepare the budget, I gave instructions to not include the COVID, to do it as if it was a normal year. And then we would do a subsequent COVID adjustment, which we did. We presented to B&F. However, Aquatics and Beach Park felt that they needed to carve out a piece of COVID adjustment that they experienced this year because they truly believed that when you open those pools, regardless of what's going on, it's going to take a while for people to come back. Now, that's certainly a school of thought and certainly something that, it's been experienced in other places. With that said, the numbers that we received from COVID originally, from Aquatics and Beach Parking was this: an additional budget needed from the last year of $140,000 for Aquatics. That would have been a $17 increase on the assessment versus last year's. The beach parking originally was $130,000, decrease in revenue, decrease in operating profit there, because they felt they wouldn't come on the first day. Based upon the B&F review, the team adjusted that down to $60 for a $7 increase to the assessment, which is $24. Okay, so just a summary of what I've just given you, apples to apples of the prior year. And we've offset this. I've offset it. So let this thing evolve over the next 2 days. But if we just took what I told you on the medical and the salaries and the liability insurance, that's $50. The aquatics was an additional 17, beach parking 7 is 24. That's $74. Plus the $6 for the bulkheads is what, $80. Now there are offsets and there are options that I'll present that I presented to B&F. I believe they basically supported all the options I gave and the approach on how to do this as we look at the favorability that we're receiving this year. And we believe we will have at the end of the year, and how I'm recommending that we address it, because obviously that is not a concrete number right now. Now, last year at this time, we took the favorability that we were calculating, forecasting, and we said, okay, when I do the budget, I don't have to, or we won't apply money in the budget to offset the operating deficit, which was mandated by the board to do over, I believe it was 3 years. So we took it from the favorability, thus not in the 986, which was the right thing. We did cover it. Okay. Now I did receive the question last night, and it's an excellent question through a text. by a gentleman out in the desert somewhere, but he said to me, John, what about the other 350,000, round number, right? Let's just deal in round numbers for me right now. The other favorability you had last year, what happened with that? And it's a good question, and maybe I just didn't articulate it. So Steve and I talk, we know what it is, but I'm going to let Steve explain that to you. Yes, we took it, but I'm going to let Steve just go through high level and tell you where we are and where we are with an operating deficit now. Steve.
Yeah, so where we ended last year, we ended up just taking into the retained earnings prior year deficit number. So the prior year deficit number that rolled into this fiscal year was still $160,000 to the negative, and that's subsequent to any surplus that we fed into that at the end of last year. So, that was all used specifically against the operating deficit.
Okay, so it was all, thank you, Steve. It was all covered, and that leaves us with the balance, which I'm going to present to you. So I did give you some numbers. I gave you just to show you that in just a normal situation, our costs are increasing, just like everybody else. And I tried to highlight for you. But that'll lead me into this. And I know you all have a copy of the B&F review recommendation. So you'll see that we basically, Steve and I and the team incorporated that. But at this point now, just to tie it together for everybody in an approach for this meeting, which I would normally do, is I want to go through the reconciliation that Steve put on the first page of the hard copies you all have. Board, right? You all got it? Just, I see Doug's nodding. Harry, you all got it? Okay, good. Let me take you through this, Steve and I. This will tie everything together for you. Tie for you what I just spoke it out as I highlighted certain items, and we do have favorability in other areas. But the biggest item in this review, and that I've gotten a lot of questions on, is the favorability. Okay, that's not a locked-in number right now, but we have options, and we're going to talk about these options over the next day or two, Steve and myself and my team. So let's look at this reconciliation now. On the top, what I wanted to do and what we did, and Steve captured excellently, is take you through the favorability, right? We want to forecast where we're going to be at the end of this year. So the last set of financials that went out there from the controller's report, we had favorability of $1.4 million, right? Round number, please. I did transfer, the board agreed, transferred $250,000 to drainage, right? We had to fund the remainder of the Bainbridge, number one priority and the right thing to do. The next line, the 455, Steve and the team and everybody, that's the forecast and what Steve believes and everybody and what it calculated to is the unfavorability that we're going to see over the next, whatever it is, 5 or 6 months. So that's forecasted at $455,000 to get us to this infamous number that everybody's looking at. $650,000 possible forecasted guesstimate favorability at the end of April 30th. Okay? I don't know what's going to happen. I told you there's no playbook. I don't know if it's going to get worse or we're going to have a vaccine and everything's going to get better in a month. When we started this project, the budget, I didn't know about vaccines. None of us did. Josh keeps me updated, and Josh, as I see his name out there, I'll ask him to jump in. Josh gives me an update on what our governor is telling us, and to be honest with you, what I'm reading, and I'll ask Josh to confirm it, is that he thinks it's going to get possibly worse. Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. The vaccine rollout is going slower than they'd hoped, and there's a new strain that's hit Maryland and hit everywhere, so they don't know what that's going to do. It's more contagious, but maybe not more deadly, but certainly that'll play a role in what we're seeing going forward.
Thank you, Josh. So again, assumptions, where we're at, and I'm sure everybody will have opinions over the next few days, and rightfully so. So let's talk, we have that 650,000, okay? So now, can I use it? I can't use it. And there was a very good debate with B&F. I had options on how to approach this, kind of similar to how I said last year, and everybody agreed on. Take a piece for the operating deficit, and let's, the number is a couple 100,000. We believe we're safe to do that. And again, this year and this budget and today, I'm doing the same. Steve told you the balance we had left was 162,000. What I'm saying is, I believe, Steve believes that we would be able to cover that with the favorability. Again, discussion point, absolutely. Pros, cons, whatever. But that's what I'm bringing forward here. In addition to that is a couple other items. Let's skip down to the racket sports. The racket sports, pickleball courts, racket sports, junior court, which is the tennis, and the fencing. So those three numbers at the bottom, 7,740, somewhere around 160, $170,000. That's new capital that Steve has put here for us. This is not something where I'm coming forward. And by the way, let me make this point. I don't play racket sports, and it doesn't look like I'll be playing racket sports or anything else for a long time. This isn't something where I'm coming here or somebody's coming to this board and saying, build it, and they're going to come. They're there. They're there. And there is utilization for this. And I believe that over time, and it's going to take time, that racket sports will break even. I'll make sure it breaks even. So what I'm saying, that new capital, I believe it can come from, what do we say, Steve, here, the favorability or something. So, yeah, so we're saying here, this could be new capital. We could possibly take it from the favorability or from the balance that's going to be put in the new capital account. Okay? And Steve just said correct. So that's what I'm looking at. That's the way I'm saying to approach this. And BNF supported this. I believe they called this primary. They talked about the TDOCs as secondary, which I'm going to talk about next. When I finish these next two, if anybody has any questions before I get into the reconciliation at the bottom. What did come forward was crack repairs at basically a couple days. We had already finished everything, binders were out and everything, and Racket Sports came up and said, look, we got these cracks. I knew about them. $35,000 operating to correct. We're putting that in there. I'm putting that in the budget, but I'm doing it this year. I'm doing it now. So what we're saying here with the operating expense, that $35,000 obviously is going to lower to $650,000 favorability because we didn't have it in there. So that's how I know Larry on BNF instructed me, and rightfully so. What are you needing to go forward over the next couple months that maybe you didn't have before? So outside of that, plus the marina pads, we learned last week during the BNF review that they at the marina docks really needed these pads. It's $7,000.
John,
So,
would they be replacement or are they going to be new capital? Is that
yeah,
new?
it's an excellent question. It's new capital, and I'll let Steve jump in. He listed as new capital. Apparently, we didn't have them. Steve's saying yes, so they put it as new capital. Again, I could take it and do it as, obviously it would be operational in the next couple of months and would just lower the favorability. I'm saying the same thing with the racket sports, that I could do that now, this year. In fact, I believe I have all the paperwork. There was a scramble last week on Friday so that I can come to the board Wednesday night with this, with the 3 bids and everything, so that we can get this going. And I believe I can capture it this year. And I believe we would be okay if I get board approval. Okay, so that being said, if you look at the number there, what Steve has calculated, total remaining balance of the favorability, $215,000. Now, the TDOCs, I believe that we can. I think it's important. Again, I don't own a boat. I believe we're going to make the money back. BNF called it secondary. It kind of changed. I'm fine with that. If I remove that and I don't do it this year, which I'm okay with, that would increase the favorability to 285. So just write that down on the side, 285, because I need that number and I need to explain it to you now. I have a COVID adjustment. Remember I told you, everybody, the instructions were, and what you received in the binder was non-COVID, right? But we saw that aquatics and beach parking felt hey, regardless of what happens, they're going to be slow coming back. So that's an assumption. It's an assumption we took. Certainly there for debate, BNF debated it. I know they pushed back on the beach parking and thus more revenue was recognized, which is in Steve's adjustments. The 285, or whatever that number will be, as we guess it, or we forecast it, take the word guess out of it, I believe we need, just in case we experience the same history with COVID we did this year. The calculation, after we asked every department or amenity to give us a COVID adjustment, Steve tallied it, came out to a $77 assessment increase, which is not included here. And I don't think we need to do that. However, we need to have the favorability, or hopefully, to kind of cushion it, right? So that's what I'm trying to do here. And then obviously, if over these 2 days, we feel we need more, obviously I have it all spelled out, all laid out for you, and you can adjust accordingly. But this is where I believe we could be. Before I go into the reconciliation down at the bottom, which will tie into where we're at with this assessment, does anybody have any questions on that? Larry, I can't see the faces of your board. Is everybody all right?
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay. Again, if you have any questions on this, and maybe it's an hour from now, I welcome it. If I go through this 3 times, it's the right thing to do for all of us. All right, so now the favorability of that whole number has been put into perspective for everyone. Let's go down to the reconciliation. At least this one, we have many. When I came forward and what you all read in the papers, and I think the papers did an excellent job spelling it out, was when we did that bottoms up, right? Bottoms up, team approach, department heads input and everything, without the COVID, without a couple other things that I received, we came up with a number, which I refuse to say was an assessment increase. We came up with a calculation that was $121, which we needed to work on, and we did. I'm going to come forward today with a number of $35, and I'm going to get you there from the 121. The numbers I gave you originally, which are in the 121, I'm going to talk to you about big numbers that you need to know. The medical, the salaries, the property and casualty, right? That was $50, right? That's part of that 121. The aquatics and beach parking originally was 30, but that now has been lowered to 24 because of the beach parking. The bulkheads in the 121 was 40. That's been lowered to 25. So you'll see adjustments for this. I'm going to go through next. The drainage was in that 121 at $44. On the reconciliation below, you're going to hear me say in 2 minutes is that I'm asking the board to be flexible. We do have money in the roads account. Normally, I'd be the last one to do this, but I'm asking that the board reallocate that to drainage, and maybe we don't do roads for 1 year. Unless I see, or we see what kind of favorability or possibly next year, and then we can address that. I just think, balance is a word my team will tell you, regardless of what it is. Ross will tell you, Eddie will tell you, Steve will tell you. Try to get a balance. I want to have a balance here with this budget too, where I believe over the next 2 years, and I'm only focused on this year, but I don't want to have a big spike and then we have a lower spike next year or something going the other way. But again, I have a lot of challenges and I don't have a playbook for COVID. Normally I would have, and originally I had this all planned out for the next 3 years, but I just need you to understand that. Now, for those of you that are trying to calculate to the 121, the pieces originally that I gave you, just add these numbers if you're the type of person, which I am, and write it down. Depreciation was a -11. The fire and the police was a -8. Other was 2. And not filling certain positions, 2 positions, I think, in general maintenance, it was 9. I believe that calculates to 121. If somebody adds it up and I'm off, I'll correct it for you. That's the 121, okay? and that's spelled out. Now I'm going to take you from the 121 down to $35 assessment increase that you have in your schedules today. Anybody, any questions on the 121 where I started off with when we did bottoms up, department input? Good. All right, so let's talk to this reconciliation now to get us where we were last week. The first calculations, hot off the press, doing what our bylaws tell us to do, doing what I was instructed to do from board members. And, I did adjust a couple things that I will get into over the next 2 days. Let's go from the 121, right? Okay, let's go to what I believe is prudent. I talked to you about the general bulkheads. Nobody's done some really great work negotiating and all that. I don't want to get deeper into that. He'll be here. We believe we can lower it from the 40 to the 25, which is a fifth, right? The 25 was in the 121. Subtract $15 as we fine tune our pencils or whatever, sharpen them. Keep three laborer positions open and do not fill. So in addition to that one or other two that we had in the 121, it's been well known that we had 5 laborer positions over the last 2 years, and that was pointed out to me during the BNF, and rightfully so, that I couldn't fill those 5 spots, or I didn't. I, over the 2 years. So I have to address it. I'm not denying it. I do believe we have a situation there with minimum wage, and that's why we couldn't fill it. That's another issue, and one I'm not going to tackle right here and now. But what I'm saying is that we will leave 3 positions out of the 5 open. We are not, we're not asking to eliminate the positions. But 3 of them right now, my plan is, or our plan is, and I've spoken to Eddie, and Eddie and I speak every morning. We spoke certainly this morning. We're not going to fill those 3 positions, okay? Favorability against the 121, $16 on your assessment. Cleaning services, police admin reconciliation, the number that was up top in the 121. Across the board, I asked for some fine tuning, some pencil sharpening. Steve worked with the department heads, and he told me that there was a savings or sharpening of the pencil of around 32,000. That's a decrease of $4 against the 121. Farmers market revenue, $2 decrease. Apparently, we didn't. That wasn't included in the original budget. It was caught, and Steve has it as $2 favorability. Increased beach parking revenue, $72,000. That came from the BNF review. The department heads obviously acquiesced, and we have an $8 decrease to which I'm fine with, decrease to the 121. Reallocation of roads, the infamous 350,000. I'm asking, I don't have the authority. I'm asking this board to give me the authority to reallocate that to offset the very important drainage that we're doing. And maybe we take a hiatus for 1 year, or we wait to see next year how things are working out. Doing that, the revised assessment increase would be $35. What I just want to say on that is this, and the whole thing I'm saying here is, I started off by telling you that 70% of revenue is our salaries and benefits. Can't ignore that. We can cover that by cutting costs at any cost somewhere else. I've seen that done. I've seen it done over the 10, 12 years that I followed this thing in the different capacities that I've had. I don't believe that works. That's short term. Somebody gets to pound their stomach, their chest in these meetings and say, look how I cut the assessment. Meanwhile, I lose revenue. We lose revenue somewhere else. I proved that. We proved that with golf. Okay, you pound that place, you cut it, and then they can't cut the rough, or they don't have the equipment to cut the rough, or the drainage there is not good and it's too wet, and then they don't want to play there. I've witnessed it. I've seen it with golfers. What we have done with some investment is, and the board has approved, we've gotten the proper equipment to cut that rough. Back in January, February last year, I allocated resources to drainage that corrected a lot of the wet spots on that golf course. And here's a misnomer here, which, eventually I will somehow address this, but that drainage that we all call golf, that's drainage, and I brought this up in the last several years. That drainage is drainage for ocean pines, non-golf, that pipes, ditches, goes through the golf course on its way to the canal and or the bay. But golf covers that. Golf maintains it. Golf gets socked for it. It's in golf's depreciation schedules. And it's just amazing how everybody says it's golf. Well, if golf wasn't there, we would still be paying that. It would just be coming somewhere else. So golf covers that. And there is some for golf, but a big part of that is ocean pines. A lot of that water goes through there. And a lot of those pipes failed. A lot of those ditches failed. They weren't maintained. And that's why that place was wet. That place, over the last year, right, we fixed it back in February of last year. You see a major difference. So in the past, okay, we need a gap. And I've seen this. The board tells the GM, find $30,000, $50,000 of savings. And then they come in here, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not pointing at anybody. But I've been there the last 10, 12. Let's cut golf, cut maintenance. Okay. So that 30,000, you might have lost, I can guarantee you lost way more revenue than that. Golf is there. Golf's going to break even. Operational, I don't want to go into depreciation, but I just told all of you, and this will be for a separate day, maybe during the DMA study. A lot of that stuff there for drainage is not golf. And that's all I'm going to say on it. We're going to fix racket sports. And that's going to make money. All right, we'll talk more about that later. So I summarized it. I got you to the 121. I just took you all down to the $35 increase. I spoke to you about what's there and what's not going to go away. We can elect not to fund it now, which wouldn't be prudent, but it's just going to come back and bite us bigger down the road. Because, medical salaries is there, casualty insurance is there. It's always going to be there. Now, granted, maybe they come quicker. Maybe I don't have a crystal ball. We took assumptions across the board. Sometimes the assumption was different from one amenity to the other. There's nothing wrong with that. We're also trying to cover, at least have favorability that we don't get ourselves really negative if we do experience the same history that we just did with the COVID now. Okay. The other thing I just want to point out is this. What was it, 3 years ago, Steve, we had an operating deficit of $1.6 million or something. So 3 years ago, we had an operational deficit of $1.6 million. Correct me if I'm off 100,000 or whatever. At the end of this budget, when this budget's approved and the way I have it presented to you, it's gone. We covered it. All within this assessment that really hasn't had an increase in 3 years. Well, we covered what was there before. This board covered, the association covered, the team covered, I covered, Steve, whatever. That's in there. So there's a lot that we're asking to do with this budget, right? We're fixing racket sports, cracks, fences, whatever. That wasn't fixed for 7, 8 years from what I'm being told. And it has an effect. Same thing with golf. It has an effect. We fixed that because I believe the revenue will over time help us to offset some of these costs. Otherwise, I'm telling you this, and nobody wants to hear this. Maybe it's next year, maybe it's whatever, maybe it's now. There's hard calls that have to be made here. There's bold calls that may have to be made here. And my job is just to lay it all out, give you options, recommendations. Certainly anything within my authority I've done. If it isn't, I've spelled it out, I've given options, and I've even said what I would do. So with that said, that's enough for me. I got some experts here.
John, I have a couple questions for you, and it's for everybody else too. first off, I want to make sure just to clarify for everyone, the parking lot repairs here from where we tore down the Kraft building, that will be coming out of replacement, or are you looking to use the part of the operating
Yeah,
surplus?
Larry, you're right, and I should have put that in there. That's replacement.
Okay.
I will be
I'm just
coming forward to
clarifying.
the board, yeah. Wednesday night, that will be replacement. You're right. You asked me for all spend going forward.
Right.
That's replacement. It's around 59,000. I have the paperwork on that. You'll see that Wednesday night. Yes.
Okay, I just bring that up because I
You're
want
right. You're right.
the rest of the board members to hear that.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so the next two things, I don't have a problem with everything you've put out. I have two questions or two things I think we ought to talk about is, first off, the general bulkhead assessment going down from 40 to 30.
25, Larry, 25.
25, I'm sorry. My own comfort level, understanding the increased costs of bulkheading and understanding that we anticipate raising the bulkhead price to the bulkhead owners an additional $100 this year. And quite honestly, I feel more comfortable at a $30 number there, which would be an additional $5 to what you have. So I think the board ought to discuss that. And of course, the reallocation of the roads fund, $350,000. I think that needs discussion here amongst the board too. So why don't we get some input from the board regarding the general bulkhead assessment? Again, John had it originally at $40, and with this reconciliation, he's reducing it to 25. Any thoughts? Doug?
So John, is there anything that you wouldn't be able to do if you went from 40 down to 25? In other words, you'd have a reduced funding. Is there something that would be handcuffed? In other words, you wanted to accomplish X, but you're going to have to, sort of only do a certain portion of that.
Yeah, Doug, and I totally appreciate that and that question. And I do appreciate that and understand it. Nobody Violante will be here later on. He's done a lot of heavy lifting on this. When we first did this, with everything going on with the increase in lumber and everything else, we truly believed we needed that. We believe what nobody's doing, negotiating. You're going to hear him say about entering into a contract early with a preferred vendor, that we believe we can get it at less of a price than what we've been saying the bulkheads and even this number is. So I believe we can do it. It's like anything else though, Doug. It's a balancing act. So when we use the word balance, I'm okay with it. But I do appreciate that question. And we'll talk more about it when Nobi's here. Yep. Larry, the other spending I'm going to come forward that I left off, I apologize, is the 2 cruisers for the police. We heard during BNF, and you'll hear again, and I've certainly heard it, that two of the cruisers are in worse shape than what I was told a year ago. One of them is in the budget for this year. The second one I was going to include in the budget we're working on for tomorrow night. But again, it's replacement. It's more on the cash side, which if you all see what the CFO, what Doug presents every month, I'm comfortable with the cash, more so than I was 8 months ago. So that's the other thing, Larry. I think that encompasses all spending. I left off the replacements. Apologies.
Okay. And then Tom, did you have something?
Yeah. Can you, just for my clarification, because it's the biggest number on the change, obviously, is the drainage, because you're reducing that from 44 to 0.
Okay, so I actually no, and good question. Okay, so let me go back. So I'm just reallocating. I'm not saying we're not doing the drainage. All the drainage that we have come forward, that I've come forward to board meetings, that Kobe has presented and others, we're still doing all of that. What I'm saying here is, instead of having a pure number in this assessment for it, I'm asking for a reallocation from the roads money for now, to cover that. That's all. I'm not saying anything in the sense of that we're not going to do any of the drainage. The full Bainbridge project that Kobe presented, that the team presented, is still intact. The pipes, which I've talked about, which we went into this budget year saying and this is non-Bainbridge project, which we said we were going to spend 500,000 on. We reallocated that money to take care of the Bainbridge, right, which we all agreed on. And now I'm saying, we'll put that money back by, if you look up top, a reallocation. So it's not that I'm not doing the drainage, or I'm not saying that in here. I'm just reallocating money to get that balance effect for now, so that we can do all that. Tom, did that answer it? Is Tom there? Did I answer his question? All right. Well, I'm here. Larry, anything else from your team, from the board?
Yeah, Tom still has more questions.
Oh, yeah,
just
yeah.
real quick, Devin, I understood that. Does that include the grant funding that we're supposed to get within the 6?
Yes, and you're right. So the Bainbridge project at last take was somewhere around 800,000 last presentation. So to get there correct, just round numbers for me now, so I remember them all. The grant, as Tom's pointing out, and I'm glad, thank you, Tom, it's the 550, right, rounded, plus the 250, 300 we're putting there. So correct, that's in there, yes. Yep, good question. Right, so if we didn't get that grant, right, obviously then we would have had a bigger number, if that's what Tom's saying, correct.
All right, so does anybody else have any issue on this bulkhead number? Any recommendations?
Oh, I do have a question on the bulkhead. This is obviously for general bulkhead, so that's all the bulkheads owned by Ocean Ponds, correct? That's
Correct, yes. The other bulkheads will be addressed separately, Tom, yes.
Right now, looking at the bulkhead schedule for the next 4 years, it doesn't seem like there's a substantial amount of Ocean Ponds bulkhead. So like Doug said, would it influence or would it affect the bulkhead plan that we have for the next 4 years going forward if we reduce it to 25?
Right now, today, I don't think so. Again, it's a big shifting number. The prices of lumber going up, because of the COVID, because of everything. Maybe they go back down. That's the number the team spoke about. We're comfortable right now. We could certainly address it more when I have the bulkhead team in here. I'm open to it. I think we're okay for now. But hey, I can't predict that the price of lumber is going to come down. We're kind of anticipating it will, and some of the other stuff. Nobody's also going to talk to us about the possibility, and this is something we did last year with the board, and the board approved it. I came forward, and the team came forward, is possibly entering into a contract earlier, which could save us money. So that all has to be, dealt with. When nobody's here, we can certainly address that along with this. Yep. That's a good
Let's
question.
remember too that this is not just bulkhead money. This is also dredging money too. For
Correct.
all the lots that have to be dredged throughout Ocean Pines on a yearly basis. So it's not just bulkheads, it's dredging.
Right.
Dredging in years, so.
Well, no. We are doing dredging every year, Tom.
I know, but we haven't done the substantial amount that we were doing before. So that's, I know, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so Tom is right. We didn't do it for a few years, just like bulkheads and ditches and everything else. So drainage pipes. The pipes is a big thing. I want to talk more about that as the day goes on. But we have done the dredging. We have it again this year. It's not a big number, but it certainly is happening now. There is, of course.
Okay, so the question then is the board, does everyone feel comfortable with $25?
Well, short term, Larry,
Yeah.
short term, I would be okay with it, but I think that John's presentation points out something else that we need as part of this budget after day 2, and that's this. We're facing what I would call a number of structural issues that lock in increases over the next several years. And are situations that, in the past, put it this way, we just rebuilt a number of facilities because in the past, in the interest of keeping the assessment low, we let facilities crumble basically into unuseful situations. We're looking at locked-in government-mandated increases in minimum wages. We're looking at healthcare increases that we can't avoid. Certainly short-term, we're looking at construction material costs that go through the roof, which affect bulkheads. And also, I asked John a number of questions on drainage, which I sent out to the board. We also are looking at structural issues with drainage, which, if you combine those, are basically over the next number of years going to guarantee that assessments go up, or that we just don't do things that degrade the community. And I think that we need to, even with the minimal increase that John is proposing on the assessment, which I'm all for, I think we just have to make sure that the community is aware of these issues, because drainage does not affect the majority of the community. But if for the 2,500 homes that it does affect, if we don't spend money, they're going to have increasing problems, both in frequency and in seriousness. And I think that people just should be prepared for what I consider to be something like inevitable coming down the road. And the inevitable is simply this: the assessment goes up, or situations get a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah, Frank, right. And that, first of all, I appreciate the board. I know I'm supposed to do a bottoms up, which we will do. But, I can do that, and we're going to, and then, you lose the big picture. And that's what we've done here. And obviously the board and Frank's summary there and what I heard from Tom and Larry and Doug and everything, you all see it. This reconciliation, it highlights everything. It highlights it. And that's what I'm trying to articulate here, as opposed to, just get granular, which we will do, of course, and we did with BNF. This way the board can address this stuff. It could be clear to everybody, as Frank mentioned. Remember, all these pipes, the last several years before I got in here, nobody addressed them. They weren't done. Some money built up in the reserve, which we used, but then that's an increase to the assessment. I can repeat it all day, and I may have to. The medical and the salaries, you see that I'm not filling positions. That my department heads, certain department heads are, they're divvying up, but again, balance. I got to make sure that I still can do the work that we need to do. They have to make sure they can do the work. So,
All right, Bert, any more questions on the bulkhead number? All right, John, looks like the 25 is okay to move forward with. And I think now the big nut is the roads funding. So, John and I have discussed it. We discussed it at the BNF meeting, and John's using this as a way of reducing the assessment. The pros and cons on this is that if we delay doing roads for a year, then we're able to use that $350,000 mainly to help with drainage. However, it's another year that we're not doing road work. We went through several years not doing road work. And this, again, goes back to that issue of, are we, as a board, are we willing to defer maintenance on our roads for the drainage? So that's the discussion that we have to have regarding this number.
I have a question. Are we having that discussion now?
Yeah, let's talk about it now.
I have a question about it. So not only do we have the grant money that we've already been approved for, which is going to come over time through Worcester County. Right. We also have new grants that we're applying for as well. So just as a hypothetical, if those come through in the year, can we push some of that money back into roads that we borrowed from, that we took from roads to do drainage? Because my opinion is we need to do drainage now. I mean, the last 2 months have shown that with 7 inches of rain and 4 inches of rain, there are people that just can't function. My house still has water on it. Drainage has been neglected for a long time, and we finally have plans to do it. We have Public Works working together with admin and the board and other entities, Maryland Coastal Bays and Aztec and all these other people. I think right now we have an amount of a background of information and people that are helping and working with us to get this done. My question is, if we get grants, extra grants that we're applying for now, can we push some of that money back into roads during the year?
The answer is yes. We can always, as by a super majority of the board, we can allocate reserve dollars from one account to another.
Okay, good.
Larry, if I may, I would have to agree with Tom's position on this. Since we have come to Ocean Pines 2 years ago, I think I've heard more about drainage and become friendly in our community with people who have drainage issues in their yards. Yeah, the roads are going to need attention at some point, and there's no doubt about that. I mean, I like to bike out on the road. I can see where there's things where the roads definitely need to be repaired, and I wouldn't want to put that into, something that gets forgotten down the road. But this drainage issue is really paramount, at least from what I've heard from the community, and I would really urge us to go forward with that.
Yeah, sort of echo the same sentiment. I think that over the past couple of years, clearly drainage has been one of the most important issues here in Ocean Pines. I think if you ask the average person if they had an opportunity to fix a drainage problem or fix a pothole, I think they probably lean towards fixing the drainage, even if it doesn't affect them. As Frank pointed out, I think we only have about 2,800 homes that actually would be affected by drainage. But I think we owe it to the community as a whole to address a very important issue. And I, for one, would be willing to, I guess, defer on the roads because I would think it's less critical. Running over a pothole is one thing, having water in your basement is something else. And I think we should certainly move the money as has been suggested so that we can indeed continue. And as Tom mentioned, we also set ourselves up for future grant money. In other words, we're taking a posture that we're willing to do what it takes to address a drainage issue so that any subsequent submissions or applications for grants, we can refer back to our willingness to work with all the necessary partners to get this drainage issue solved. So I'm in favor of moving the money over and having it do for drainage.
Yeah. Larry?
Larry?
Yeah. Go ahead, Frank.
Go ahead, Colette. I'll defer to you.
Larry, I was just going to say that I'm in agreement with, going ahead with the drainage, transferring the funds for drainage. But we do need to make a commitment that any grant money we get will be transferred back. That, I agree that drainage is our highest priority, but we need to also bear in mind that we have a commitment to the roads as well, that they will not be neglected and disadvantaged if any of this grant money comes in.
Larry? Larry?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Frank.
Okay, so I support the transfer for this year, but again, it points out, and let me just say this because there'll be more on it tomorrow. In addition to the grant money is good, and we have to continue for that, and that's certainly a worthwhile project that we all support to go forward. But in that document, when John responded to my questions, I think people have to be aware of this. We have about 5.6 miles of underground pipe, okay? The liability today, and I realize that Public Works is working on some, researching some ideas to reduce this number, okay? The liability that we face today to replace those pipes, which were put in in many cases when Ocean Pines was first developed, okay, is just under $32 million. The average lifespan of a corrugated buried pipe ranges from 10 to 40 years. So even in the newer sections of Ocean Pines, what we have to be cognizant of is the majority of that liability is mid to late lifespan for failure. And that's the kind of issue that we face. So moving $300,000 this year to keep the assessment low, no problem. We can live with whatever consequences that gives us. But people have to understand the desire to keep our assessment as low as possible is not going to in itself increase the lifespan of that underground infrastructure. And at some point in time in the very near future, we're going to have to pay the piper. So I look at this as a one-time move to keep the assessment low.
Just as a residual real quick, it also, on top of, is one of the major part of getting those grants, on top of moving water from people's properties to make them more accessible, it's also filtering water and cleaning up our back bays. I mean, that's a very important thing that people have to know about. The reason we went after this in the first place to get the grants from DNR is because this actually filters the water as it comes out of Ocean Pines. It doesn't sit stagnant and then run into the bay. We're not just pouring it into the bay with all the pollutants that may come from the cars and the trash and runoff from the roads. This is actually filtering the water at the same time. So just to throw that out as a caveat, because a lot of this grant has to do with taking the water from these properties, running it through a bunch of tributaries and a bunch of ladder accessible areas and putting it through fields that actually will filter before it gets into our back bay. So it's doing one of two things. It's helping the people with flooded properties, which I know is of utmost importance and has been for years, but it's also filtering the water coming out of Ocean Pines that's going directly into the St. Martin's River, which is very important to a lot of people that utilize that waterway as well. So.
And let me just add one point regarding the additional grant money. The additional grant we applied for, we didn't get. The one that Vista indicated we had a 10% chance of getting, well, we didn't get it. The other grant that we're looking for now is on the Jenkins project, Jenkins Point, which really is not a drainage thing. It's rebuilding the Jenkins Point. So unless there's some other grants we applied for, I'm not aware of what they are.
I know that Steve at Maryland Coastal Bays is looking into a couple of other accessible grants for our issues. So I don't know that there is any, but they are actively looking, and we want them to stay doing that because it's a great asset to Ocean Pines.
So I guess then, does anybody else have any more comments about this road number? Is everybody comfortable with transferring the 350, allocating it this year?
Yep.
Everybody's fine? Okay, John, everybody's fine with it.
Okay, obviously, thank you, Larry, and the entire board, you know, and more importantly, and first of all, the filtration is right on point. I live in a house that's probably one of the highest in Ocean Pines, but filtration and clean in that bay is important to me. And I think that's what Tom was trying to say. This isn't just about the drainage and other people that may not have drainage issues, but a moral issue and all that. And I agree with Tom on that. As far as, you know, and I heard about the grants and all that, and you all do that. From my end, from my team's end, is this. Obviously, if we can free up money somewhere else, that will be updated to the board. And if we, you know, it's needed for the roads, of course, we'll do that. So not just the grants, if you can or you can't on that, but obviously with other stuff as we evaluate maintenance and all that. Eddie and I spoke this morning when Eddie's in complying with you tasked me with Larry on what I'm going to spend over the next year, whether it's replacement and operating. I also want to review what we have left on maintenance, which is part of the Public Works, and Eddie will certainly articulate that to you all with me. Okay.
All right, you want to move into general admin, John?
Yeah, so, you know, with that, and look, to me, I think the board just then, you know, the biggest issues. Now we will definitely get into the granular stuff, but I appreciate that the board work with me on how to review this in the big items. So with that said, I have the experts here. First one's up. I look in the room, so I guess it's Steve and the finance team. Steve has some of his team here, all socially distanced. And just a reminder, please wear your masks in that acetique room and keep them on. I know it's a challenge, but I need you all to do that. Okay? So Steve, you're up.
Okay, thanks, John. Yeah, so the next sections are all mine, from 9:30 and 10:30. So in the interest of having Steve and Kathy in the room, we're going to start in with finance first, if that's okay with everyone. Finance includes IT, Steve Zabowski's team, and also includes HR, Kathy's team. I believe you all should know Kathy and Steve by now. Julia is actually my accounting manager. She's actually on vacation this week. Ruth Ann in membership is also on vacation this week. But they're all included within the finance IT membership budget. So just to, I guess, look at page 1, which shows the main takeaways for the proposed budget. You can see that we are $50,000 approximate increase. We did not have any changes from what we presented to the BNF committee within this department specifically. The couple things that I highlighted to the BNF was we were able to figure out, or were able to propose a increase in revenues from the transfer fees, and that's why you see the $20,000 in the proposal. So we're asking for an increase of the transfer fees that's done by Ruth Ann's department to go up to $50 from $25. Of course, as John alluded to, we have 70% salaries, benefits. That's no exception within our area. Of course, it's manpower. You can see the payroll costs are going up, and that's attributed to the medical insurance, of course. And the budget does have the modest 3% increase in there, of course, for the salaries. That's why the payroll is going up. In terms of contracted services, within the finance piece, it's mainly the payroll processing. Kathy's department, I alluded to, we also did a 401k platform upgrade to ADP this year. So we also have to pay some 401k plan fees. And then on the IT side, of course, we have salaries within this finance budget. The contracted services from an IT perspective are in the administrative piece that we'll get to in a few minutes. And I'll let Steve speak around for that, since a lot of the contracted services revolve around IT. But that's the high level look. So if anybody has any questions on that, I have my team here to answer them.
Any questions on general admin? All right, we're good.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to make a point, so from my end and everything, HR, legal, drainage, but HR, I have reallocated more resource as defined as staff for those areas, and HR is certainly one of them. And I believe we will need that going.
Okay, so on the general administrative side, Larry, this is tab 2. And this is where I alluded to where a lot of our contracted service fees are. The legal fees that John touched upon are included in here. We have $150,000 budgeted, which is the equivalent of what we have budgeted this year in 21. The insurance increase is reflected in here. This would include the $60,000 property casualty that we did on the original reconciliation at the onset of the meeting here today. From a revenue standpoint, we have the right-of-way fees, the interest income, which has been conservatively estimated in there based on the market rates that we're getting today. And we have, of course, the assessments. Now we had that in at $35 as we walk through in the original walk, down from $121 at the BNF proposal. So that $10,290,000 is your revenue. at that new $35 assessment. And your $3.8 million that you see there is, of course, your transfers, which we'll get into later here, well, actually in the next section, when you see the transfers into the reserves and the capital account for the drainage of the roads. But of course, we have the detail, if you guys want to look into that, what goes into the contracted services. Of course, we got North Star annual maintenance. So they're the maintenance fees, the operating expenses that we have to pay on an annual basis. We have Comcast redundancy fees factored in there. Comcast, of course, is being brought on board this year, so we're starting to see some of those expenses, and we'll fully we'll see the full burden of those here in a couple months once everybody's up online. And we have audit fees within this general administrative budget, which obviously we did an RFP recently, so we have those accounting fees factored in here. And bad debts, we have in at the same amount that we have this year at $150,000, which our analysis deems, I think, appropriate based on our collection rates this year during a COVID rate, during a COVID year. So I think, you know, our recommendation of $150,000 is ample. That's my recommendation, and John's as well. And I think that's the high level points on general administrative.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Could you, because this is probably be a recurring theme with every department, but I wanted to make sure everybody understands that the increase, the workers' comp increase, which if you look at is $35,000, that number will probably increase for another 2 years after this year because of our history. That's why that number is going up so much. Most of the other liability, or most of the other insurances are based on projected increases for the year. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that as we move forward, those costs are here.
Yep. Yep, absolutely.
You okay? Any questions on that? Pardon me?
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve G. So, where are we?
I guess we can, do we want to dive into replacement?
Yeah, so we're actually back on track. And next year, I'm going to kind of do this as an overview more, the way I did it with the reconciliations. But so we're at the point now for replacement, new capital reserves. Steve, so I'm going to have Steve present that to everybody. Steve's the one that ties it all together. There is detail on there. When the department heads come in, or the people responsible for it, whether it's Aquatics, Colby, Kathleen, or Public Works, they will get more granular if you want. They're prepared to do that. Right now, Steve will give you the overview with that from the financial standpoint and tie that all together. But again, as I'll repeat that, we will cover that in each department head's meeting. Okay,
Hey,
Steve.
John, Doug has one more question on general admin.
Sure.
Yeah, John, Steve, so traditionally we spent, there's an item on the election referendums. If you look at the historical numbers, that's about what it takes to do the election. Should we, this is a sort of a question for my colleagues, should we consider putting a little bit more money into that particular line item just in case we have to fund a referendum? I guess the idea would be, should we do it now? And if we don't spend it, we're okay. But if we happen to come up across a situation that requires us to run a referendum, should we at least put some money in there anticipating that we might have to do that?
And John, we're anticipating that we're going to do a referendum for bylaw changes.
Yeah,
So we
specifically.
probably need to put that money in there.
Yeah, my point exactly is that the target date is the annual meeting. It's a soft target, but I'd rather be safe than sorry.
That would seem to make sense.
It's fine, okay. All right, that's fine. So, all right, so no, it was just some side talk here. Steve and I did address this. I'll leave it up to Steve and the board on that. I did not put anything in there for this year, obviously, and because I know I've gotten that question from several text messages. So Steve,
Yeah, so I mean, I guess from an accrual perspective, if the referendum's going to occur next year, I mean, from a generally accepted accounting principle standpoint, we shouldn't accrue for it this year. So, I mean, we can opt to increase the budget, of course, next year if we wanted to. You know, that's something that's. I guess-
Steve, we're planning on doing a referendum for bylaws. So I think we probably need to put the 30,000 in there. We're anticipating we're going to have to spend for the bylaw changes. We have a work group that's working on reviewing the bylaws now. So as Doug said, the soft target is for August. So I think the prudent thing is to put 30,000 in there for a referendum for next summer.
okay, so Larry, so Doug, okay, that absolutely, so just, and I'm getting other text messages and everything is this. As we go through the granular, I totally expect some fine tuning, plus and minuses. Steve and I, which means Steve will, and he's doing it already, he'll do a schedule of plus and minuses to it as opposed to us constantly changing the numbers. For instance, we did have a proposal for an increase in fees. Steve will net that all out. Steve and I talked about that this morning. So we'll keep a running tally to let you all know. But okay, so duly noted on that, 30,000. Okay, Steve.
Okay.
Steve with the reserves.
Okay, so everybody did get their revised packets that I left there. I also sent the electronic version of the pages that changed. So hopefully everybody has that in their inbox. I just wanted to touch on that. Most of these pages here, I marked them all V2 at the bottom so that they supersede, the ones that are in your books right now. So they should be hole punched that you can just put them in their spots. But most of these are summary sheets. And then, of course, the ones that we changed, general admin, and then a couple of the pages relate to the capital and the reserve that we're talking about now. So I just wanted to make sure everybody had their latest and greatest copies. I'll talk to the main capital sheet first here, which is going to be section 23 all the way in the back. Okay, so our replacement in total is 463,470, significantly lower than we've had in the budget for the last couple of years for obvious reasons with the renovations of police, golf, et cetera. But you can see the makeup of that. As John mentioned, when the department heads come in, they can certainly touch on any technical pieces that you might have questions on, but they're broken out on here in terms of within the department amenity. Of course, the first up being their aquatics, a lot of those being regular recurring type replacements. Of course, the racket sports was in the previous rendition, but they've been taken out because they're now on the reconciliation to be done this year and talked about at the board meeting tomorrow night. There is one racket sports that remains on the replacement side for an awning for $8,600. On the golf side, we have just a golf maintenance triplex mower. I think John Malinowski and Justin are going to be in here this afternoon. And then Public Works makes up the majority of the remaining replacement with mostly vehicles. Eddie will get into that a little bit tomorrow. We had a big program of, I see John coming over. Do you want to touch on
No.
vehicles? Okay.
But Eddie, I spoke to Eddie this morning. He'll cover it.
Yeah, he'll come, but we're basically looking to reduce maintenance costs by getting rid of old inventory and selling off at some, basically some assets where we'll make some cash. Overall, the program's going to be beneficial to OTA, but these are the ones, the vehicles that will actually be replaced as part of this program. On the roads, we do still have the bridge repair in there at $110,000. And then we have the drainage spending. This is basically the spending aspect. 302,500. Of course, John mentioned is this reconciliation. We're going to transfer the $350,000 over from roads into drainage, and I can show you where that's captured on the roll forward page as part of the new packet that I've given you. Basically section 22 for reserves. The second page breaks down what our estimates are at the end of this year. You can see for replacement, $3.9 million. With depreciation, we say that we are going to contribute 1.7 million approximately, 1.695. And then you can see that $463,000 that comes from the other capital schedule is noted as our capital spending. So that says that at the end of next year, we're estimating a balance in there of approximately $5.2 million. And then to touch on the roads and drainage that I just mentioned. So the roads, you got $220,000 that we think we will have at the end of this year. We are not going to contribute anything because that money now, you see that $350,000 over in the drainage column. We still have that, but we still have the bridges in there at $110,000. Still gives us a balance of $112,000 at the end of next year estimated. Then drainage, you can see we start out the year with a conservative estimate of 0, saying that we spend everything that we have in there currently. But then we take that $350,000 that we get from the impact grants from the casino. And then you can see the spending that we have of $302,500 from my previous schedule, along with operating expenditures, and that is the operating spend that we have hitting this reserve. And that pretty much takes us down to a conservative estimate of still having a positive balance in there at the end of next year. And then lastly, on the new capital, obviously there was a lot of discussion to be had on the logistics of this account, but from a pure number standpoint, you know, we're estimating that we have a little bit below $100,000 at the end of this year. We still contribute per the policy approximately 10% of the overall depreciation on assets. Gets us the $180,000 that we're looking to contribute into that new capital fund, and that gives us a balance of approximately $270,000 at the end of 2021. So, does everybody understand how that all flows, and any questions specifically on that? Talking, Larry? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I was on mute. Yeah, let's move on, Steve.
Okay. All right, well, that brings us to public relations and marketing. Do you want to take a minute break, a couple minute break, and
Yeah, let's
grab-
take a 5-minute, break, and then we'll be back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, Steve. We ready to go? You know, Larry and Steve and I were just talking about it, and I heard you mention it. Maybe we can get done today. And I was going to bring it up at the lunchtime. I believe tomorrow, this is quick, I believe tomorrow we have the police, the fire department. Actually, I guess I have public works, but I mean, if you want to decide, Larry, the board, it's up to the board. Obviously, this is your meeting. If you think we can do this all in one day, I do have them on alert. But I'll leave that up to the board, and obviously as the day goes on. You just got to give me some notes around lunchtime. Yeah, let's see how we do. Yeah, it's up to the board, it's up to you and the board. Okay, good. All right, we're back. And then Steve just left. So what's next? Okay, so actually we don't need Steve. So it's, we're going to do, as we're ahead of schedule already, public relations and marketing. As you all know, Josh is covering the video and many other things. And so Julie, and keeping in line with what I've asked everybody to have the number twos present, but this is a team effort on the public relations team, but Julie will be presenting to you. Julie, when you're ready, Larry had said his team, the board is ready, so go ahead.
Okay, I am ready. Am I speaking loudly enough?
Yes.
Okay. So highlights, actually, the marketing department fared fairly well under COVID. Really our only source of revenue is through the newsletter, but actually our newsletter revenue has ticked up a little bit. So that's enabled us to come close, or actually for our fall issue, we our revenue for the cost of publishing the newsletter exceeded our costs. So the last few issues, we've at least come close to breaking even. And I know that, our newsletter costs are a big portion of our budget. So the fact that we're able to offset most, if not all of those costs over the past several issues, I think is a really good thing. Another big change in our budget is revenue from the farmers market that was being realized under public relations and marketing has been moved to the recreation and parks department. It just kind of made more sense for that to happen since the farmers market takes place on their campus. It'll be easier for farmers market vendors to make payments since the community center is open longer hours, so they can make payments directly there. So, of course, marketing and public relations will still continue marketing efforts. So it really just kind of cleans up some administrative things, and we felt it made more sense to do it that way. Another change also related to the Recreation Parks Department was a shift of $3,500 in promotion expenses that was previously incurred by the Recreation and Parks Department. So any advertising that we were doing for Recreation and Parks, we were billing to their department. So we shifted that money over to marketing and public relations. So again, it's just kind of cleaning up some bookkeeping. We'll continue to market them just the same way that we have before. Of course, we're continuing to see the $25,000 in marketing for the golf course in the marketing budget. So this includes things such as Hooked on OC and Endless Golf TV promotions, I think the golf app, and some print advertising. So any promotional expenses in golf associated with, marketing out of the area via like OC Golf Getaway and Pam's Packages, that still falls under the golf amenity. We're continuing some Comcast targeted internet advertising for the venues of Ocean Pines, and this is specifically in regions that the Meadowlark Companies has requested in terms of targeted advertising. So like York, Lancaster, Lebanon, Baltimore area. We're currently in the middle of that campaign, so that's happening right now. So far, the initial numbers look good for that, but we don't have final results since that's going on right now. And if it the determination is that that didn't really yield any business, and that's something we'll discontinue in the future. We've also added approximately $2,500 for Google targeted ads, also for venues. Again, this was something that the mat or companies requested. I think they've been very good about, not wanting to spend money on things that don't yield any results. So, I think we've continued to fine tune the budget and eliminate costs that aren't helpful. This is something that they would like to try. So we're doing that. And if it's, proves to not yield anything, that's certainly something we can discontinue. The other thing that's sort of a departure from last year's budget. So last year's budget was the first year where that reflected postage and printing costs as a result of an RFP. So when we received the numbers for that, we sort of split postage and mailing just down the middle. Postage and printing costs down the middle, because when we received the numbers for the RFP, that's how it was. But now that we've had a year of that and we can, better identify the actual printing and postage costs, we put those numbers into next year's budget. So I think that covers everything I have. If anyone has any questions.
Any questions on public relations,
So,
marketing?
I know you just went over all that information about the admin office. Are we going to be open later on Saturdays? I had somebody ask me that question. I don't know if you heard.
I don't know. I don't know what the.
I'm not aware of any more changes to the hours on Saturdays. I know we're open on Saturdays in the summer for the first couple months till 12 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Okay, Larry, my team's here. What say you?
All right, let's fire it up.
All right, so Larry, everybody's ready there? I can't see them.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so, appreciate, we have everybody coming in, they're gonna wait in their cars, whatever. Michelle went to get the food. I told her that the board wants to work through lunch, which I totally like. With that said, I have golf and golf maintenance here. The sections in the sections 15 and 16. John, all yours. John Malinowski.
Okay. Morning, everybody.
Morning.
I think, if you look at everything.
Hey, John, can you get closer to the mic on the computer so we can hear? Thank you.
Yep. Can you guys hear me now?
That's better.
Like a Verizon commercial. So you have the budget. I think the biggest part is for revenue for next year, based on the budget for this year. With what we had was passed last year, we're 35,000 up. 30,000 of it was in greens fees and card fees, and then 5,000 in merchandise. I know COVID threw a big wrench in everybody's plans, and hopefully with the vaccine, we think it's still a pretty good number, and so that's what we're shooting towards for that. Expense-wise, I think the biggest difference was just some payroll costs up about $15,000, and that was about it from last year. I guess that's all I've got right now. Is there any questions? And I've got Justin to talk about maintenance. This is just the golf operations, though.
Tom has a question.
Hey, John, what are handicap fees?
$30.
No, what is it? I mean, I don't know what it is.
Miscellaneous. Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
the golfers.
So that's in order to keep a handicap so that you can play in golf tournaments and things like that. It's a service that we provide through the USGA and the Maryland State Golf Association.
Oh, that's my problem. You would be much higher.
Got any questions? You want to go to your capital spend? John, you have anything on capital? Or is that
Uh,
just,
I don't have that sheet. I've got a ball machine, a ball washer.
Well, it's parts, right?
It's, yeah, well, just to upgrade. Yeah, ball dispenser, and the materials to clean it and everything so that we can upgrade and be able to use, we don't have to dispense everything at the bag drop and through the golf shop. It's got a payment where people can come in and pay and swipe their credit card right there at the ball machine. What we have is pretty old, and we've been trying to retrofit everything, and it just doesn't work anymore.
John,
So-
I have a question on revenue. Are you calculating bag storage revenue and any locker revenue in your revenue number?
There's zero locker revenue because the only lockers we have are for lifetime members, so we're not taking those out. I think under miscellaneous, yeah, I had some in there. It was a couple $1,000s. Yeah, a couple $1,000s this year for bag storage because I still wasn't sure. You know, I think next year it'll be a lot more, but coming up, you know, we have. I think I had $2,000 budgeted in there for this year.
All right, and do you have that rate published on the rate sheet, John?
I think it's on there.
Yeah.
Is it on? I did.
Is that on there? I know it's on our website. I don't know if that's.
It's not on the main sheet.
It's not on there.
No, it's not on. It's not on the
website.
main
It's
sheet.
definitely on the website, right?
Yeah, it's on our website. But
Yeah, it's
not
on the website with, Steve will include it on the sheet there. It's fine.
Doug has a question.
Hey, John, did you include any potential revenue from the use of the simulator? Have you factored that in? Is it going to be available as part of your revenue options?
I did not factor anything in that. I mean, in merchandise sales is where that's coming at for doing club fittings, and selling irons and things. But as far as renting that out, we haven't done anything with that because I'm just not sure, you know, with COVID and everything else, what we're able to do. So we did not budget for that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, John, next time Camilla's over there, you need to show her what the simulator is all about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Any other questions for golf? Okay, let's, Justin, you're up.
Your capital right here. Just that lower view. It's right there.
I had to throw that in there, Tammy.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, as far as maintenance, we didn't change a whole lot of numbers from last year, but the increases we're seeing in the budget are from some of the payroll costs for the healthcare increase. And then contract services, we added in the $10,000 there for our August airification. And then a little bit in chemical and fertilizer. But other than that, we've pretty much mirrored last year's budget quite a bit for that. So yeah, just outside of those few changes, we're operating pretty much the same. So yeah, if anybody has any questions or comments.
Any questions? Your capital requests?
Yeah, so for next year, our capital, we're looking at replacing Green's triplex mower. I believe that might be so $35,000 roughly to replace one of those triplexes. The mowers we're currently using, that company's going out of business, so we won't be able to get parts in the future. So that's why we're looking at replacing one of those next year. I believe. So, and then it's just, the better technology, better cut on the greens. It's one of our greens mowers, so obviously a pretty vital machine for us. So that's what we're looking at for replacement next year.
Is this one of the push ones, or is it?
No, this is a ride-on mower. Yeah, it's going to replace one of the mowers from our ride-on fleet for the greens. Mm-hmm.
What's the contract services? I noticed that was 10 grand over what you had budgeted for last year.
Yes, that's for our August airification that we outsource
Every year.
and we've been doing that every year, but it hasn't been reflected in the budget. So we put that cost into the budget this year.
How many times a year does that get done?
That's just one time.
Okay.
And that's another, we have another company come in and do that?
Yes, just the fairways and the tees. We do the greens on our own.
Okay.
Since we have you here, Justin, we've invested a bit of money in the greens maintenance. Why don't you just update the rest of the board as to what your maintenance plan is to try to get these greens back to where they should be and to keep them where they should be?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've changed just a lot of our daily practices on them here, and we're being more aggressive through the winter. So I have been getting soil testing done for reports. We've been adding some amendments actually every month this winter. I've been putting some applications out just to get the soil back where we need it to be. We've also been using the Ninja Tines, especially through the fall. We've backed off now in the winter. But we're going to continue punching with those Ninja Tines over and over again. We also have Verticut reels to work the surface as well, and we're just going to continue top dressing. We're actually top dressing today. It's something we've been doing lately throughout winter as well, just to build up that sand layer up top and dilute the thatch and the organic matter. Those are going to become standard practices. Every couple of weeks, we'll be putting sand out on the greens, and obviously in the spring and the fall when the weather's good, we'll be using the Ninja Tines and punching as many small holes as we can in them.
And Justin, the Verticut, that's thatching
Yes,
the
and
greens?
the Verticut, it dethatches the greens, and it's just real shallow on the surface of the greens. And so we'll remove that thatch, and then we top dress over that as well to add sand into the top of the profile.
Okay, then anybody have any questions for Justin?
No.
All right, we're good. Thanks, Justin.
Yep, thank you.
So let me just add, because I have gotten questions from the board on the black stuff or whatever. That's accumulated over, and Justin, just stay and correct me, whatever. That's accumulated over 7 years. We're addressing it. Justin's team's addressing it, getting to the root issue. It'll take time. The thatching, which apparently we haven't done, this aerating with the Ninja Tines, that, among other things, breaking that barrier that we've talked about in other meetings, it'll help the root system to get longer, thicker, stronger. We need that. So it's still not there, and that's going to be over time. So this is a process. That word's, I've overused that word, but that's a process. That root system may not be where we want it next summer, but it'll be a lot better than it has been.
But yeah, we're making aggressive.
So that's my answer on the, where we see the black stuff, but he's doing everything possible. He has the equipment and he certainly has a plan for it. So I just wanted to add that, okay? All right, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so Larry, the chief's here. So we're gonna do the, we're gonna do the police now. That's section 11. Okay. I appreciate Chief jumping in. Larry, if you're ready up there, I can't tell.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, Chief, will you please speak loud? You're at the, whatever.
You may want to have him move down, John.
Thank you, Larry. I'm trying not to do that, but just stay right there.
I'm good right here. Are we good?
Yes. Go ahead.
We can hear?
Yeah, talk as loud as you can.
Everybody got
Good
it?
morning, guys. Lieutenant Chacon's not with us. I had him scheduled for later, and you guys are a little ahead of time, so we're gonna go with what we got, okay? All right.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so today, on the presentation today, we are trying to stay as bare as we can, hopefully with what we've got going, to stay the same standard of operation that we have been. Now, we have some projections in here for some police reform mandated stuff that we had discussed before that's probably going to be coming, but we're not adding it to our budget. We're going to beg as being poor, the same as most of the other smaller agencies within the state, that as these mandates come out, we're hoping we also get funding for that. So we're trying to keep our operations basically at the same limit that we have. I can tell you ahead of time, we've retracted a few programs. Chief Massey had implemented a take-home car policy for officers that have moved to the Pines and stuff. We've retracted that policy, and trying to do it without interrupting our retention for officers. Retention for police officers is a major issue in Maryland. Well, not just Maryland, but for our Maryland stats right now. So we're trying not to cut anything that we don't have to cut, but we've also eliminated whatever we have to remain operating at the same level that we have done in the past. I have not placed an officer in the January academy that just started, which would normally be an expense for ours. We would have a January academy and a July academy. So we do not have anybody in the January class. So we would not have a position even available until July. The biggest thing that we're asking for is our 2 vehicles that would be replacement vehicles because of the condition of the 2 vehicles that we have being really bad. No other actual increases are actually in our budget other than the employee packages as far as pay raise and insurance, which Steve has already presented everything as far as our operations. We're not adding any other operations. The only other big expenditure that we have that we normally did not have was our contractual stuff, and that's for software costs for our programs, our databases, our communications, which is all governed by county, and we're actually billed for them, so we really don't have the opportunity to market, bargain, shop around for a better deal. It's all licensing things that are mandated by the state for audits. Everybody good?
Chief, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You know, your payroll costs are going down $79,000, but the payroll costs are going up $77,000. So I understand, you know, benefit costs and everything are going down, but usually should be a percentage of what the actual payroll cost is. So can I get some explanation as to what the variance is, and maybe Steve can answer that better?
Yeah, sure, Larry. Instead of a set percentage, basically, we went through each person. I mean, it's dialed in based on the coverage that they have. So there could be variances between what was assumed in the previous budget versus what the actual coverage is right now. But the salary walk page, I told the BNF you can see on the police that we do have a negative, just basically a positive in terms of favorable other adjustments, because basically Leah did some restructuring in there where we took out one of the part-time positions, and then we also had an open position. So we got some savings on the payroll side on that. So it's a combination of that restructuring and the combination of making sure that everybody's family plans, spouse plans, et cetera, are actually accounted for, which they are. So.
Anybody else have any questions on the police department? Do you have any you don't have any capital requests, do you, Chief?
No, let me answer that. So the cruises, he would have had one, but we're moving it up. I'm going to come to the board Wednesday night requesting 2 cruisers based upon everything we spoke about before. So nothing else, right?
Nothing else.
Okay, and John, you want to, I mean, just briefly, the contract services, so everybody, you know, we talked about it during the BNF meeting, but, you know, can you just lay out the contract service issue, why we're incurring those costs?
Some of our contract services are because of our computer dispatch, which comes from the county. It also comes from the what goes in the police cars as far as the software and everything that we have what's called Delta, which is where the officers run tags, do accident reports and stuff from their car. Each one of those is a user fee as far as a contract for that company. Capwin is another company that we have to software through. That's the only one that the state of Maryland allows warrant checks and stuff from the mobile databases in the car. And that's per how many units we have. So it's X amount of dollars, not necessarily for how many officers we have, but for how many computers we actually have in the cars. The other one is the radio contract, which comes as a user agreement through Worcester County. Again, we have no control of what those fees are. They put it in the county budget and then they send it out to each department within the county. Basically the same thing with the fire department. Those are our primary contractual duties.
Chief, I have another question.
Sure.
Where is continuing education?
Right now, 18 hours is mandated by the state. For every officer must have 18 hours, and they decide what topic that continuing education is. Right now, we're trying to go virtual for as much as we can. We've not incurred a cost on that yet, but we have been told that because we can't send officers, there's no classes at the academy, so we may have to start paying for the online things. And the class really isn't that expensive. It's the modification that I have to do with the manpower, where I could normally adjust a work schedule for employees. If they only offer that class at a specific time and it's mandated that every Maryland state office have all their officers for that, then I have to pay overtime to bring people in just to sit for a 3 or 6 hour seminar to say that they qualify to maintain their certification. So that may be an expense that I haven't acquired in the past, but may very well be coming in the future. But right now, everybody, all police departments know that this is a project that we're starting to deal with now that none of us dreamed was coming because of COVID.
And just one final thing, Chief, just to keep people safe. Are they doing anything about CDS identification or any kind of specific programs in domestic violence?
We are piloting a new program. Proud to announce that we are the pilot program for the county for what's called a LEAD team, LEAD. We're in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department and the State's Attorney's Office, and that's being governed as a diversionary program for drug and alcohol and for domestic violence. They are coming up now with we have a projected where people can safely report anonymously, where people can safely report for drug and alcohol. It's being advertised. We hope to launch in January. Of course, COVID has backlogged a little bit. That program is set and up and running, and Ocean Pines is going to be proud to be the lead of that. We actually have the highest numbers in the county for domestic violence, domestic issues within the county.
Hey, Chief, I think that's you guys, John. Oh, is you?
I'm sorry, I got it.
It wasn't slap.
Yeah, we got it. Hey, John, I have another question. When I asked the question about contract services, I thought Chief would be talking about the cleaning expenses that we're incurring in the building. So is that included in your contract services? And do you have that number?
Yeah, so we dropped that a little bit, Larry. You can see in total, that was part of the reconciliation, so you're correct. We did have a high amount budgeted in there for $40,000. Debbie can talk to you probably a little bit when she comes in here for her section. She's been working with the contractual arrangements with the cleaning contract, but basically it went down. We were able to cut it in half for the police, so it's about $20,000 that we have estimated in there.
Right, so that was part of the process from the B&L. I had talked to Debbie, we went back. Under the caption, what I said to you earlier this morning of sharpening our pencils and adjusting accordingly, and we found savings. We're trying to find savings wherever we can.
All right, well,
But
and that's fine, but Chief, can you explain to the rest of the members of the board the process that is different for your operation in regard to cleaning as opposed to just any other building here?
Let me answer this.
Our process has to be a little modified because of the structure of what we take in. The people that come into our department can't just be a maintenance crew to come in. They have to have clearance, they have to have background checks because they're in a building that we have to prove in an audit that is secured. And they have to have special licensings for bio. If we have somebody that we bring into a cell tonight, we can't shut our facility down. We have to be able to call a cleaning crew in tonight for somebody that had issues in our cell. For blood, body fluids, whatever. A lot of times we bring people into our cell that's been involved in a fight. If there's any blood or anything like that, not only do we have to call EMS there, but we can't use that part of the building anymore until this cleaning service, which is licensed to handle this through what we call Aftermath. They actually have to come to the scene, decontaminate, whether we've used pepper spray in there or whether there's blood in there. They actually have to come and decontaminate that before we can even bring somebody else into that portion of our building, including our own people. And this company that we've contracted right now, they are licensed for that, both nationally and through the state of Maryland. So it is a little different when they have to come in and clean what's happened in our building in a cell. We can't just put that out until they would come back Tuesday for their regular contractual job. If that makes sense.
Yep.
I got a chief, real quick.
What was that?
I don't know. We can't hear the question. Did someone have a question?
Yeah, Tom wanted to know from the chief if he anticipates a mandate for body cam.
We've had that discussion, and with the police reform, because of the elections and everything that's been going on, we have discussed there are going to be state mandated police reforms, and we've discussed the fact that they're not going to come out and say just Baltimore has to have it or just PG County. They're going to make it a blanket. Right now, we're hoping, we've not been given a deadline, we're hoping that they're going to give us like a 2, maybe a 3-year period before the mandate comes out. We've got some input from local agencies in this county that already have body cams. 2 years ago, Pocomoke went through the process, and the initial cost of getting the cams, getting the software to run the cams, the additional hours that it takes to monitor and secure to be able to use those cameras for court proceedings. So we're kind of got a heads up on what that will cost us. But again, all the smaller states in Maryland are crying poverty that we weren't ready for this. We didn't budget for this. So we don't know how much of that's going to be state funded. However, we do need to look into the fact that once we get that, you're never going to get rid of it. So it's going to become an annual operating cost. We're hoping to get grants and different things to help with the initial cost to meet the deadlines that we don't know what those deadlines are going to be, but we're also hoping that it's going to project into usage in the future. Right now, the closest guess I can tell you is you're looking at anywhere from 20 to 25,000 just for operation for a department that already has cameras and already has the software and already has the operators in place. So we're hoping that won't be until next year or the following year, but we're just waiting on the police reform acts that's coming out statewide from the governor's office that will say, as of this date, every police agency in the state of Maryland will have to have this, or this.
Chief, I think I raised the question during the budget and finance process. Do you have an idea of what the number's going to be for the equipment that we're going to need? And for John?
I've not been given a straight answer, an initial cost. Again, we don't know how much. If we were going to have to pay it out of pocket, the ballpark figure that we're looking at right now is probably close to $30,000 just for the equipment. The rest of the actual installment of software, licenses for the software, contractual fees that go with that, I've got paperwork out there to get estimates, but I have not received those projections yet.
So then my question to John is, and I brought this up at BNF, you know, this may be something to add to the new capital reserve account and start putting money away. Even though it doesn't sound like a large number, this is the exact purpose of that new capital account. To put some money aside, understanding that that expense may be here in a year or two.
Yeah, and Larry, you definitely asked that during BNF, and we had that on there, as you can hear from the chief, and I felt it was new capital, but we will do exactly what you just mentioned. Steve and I spoke about it. Yep. 30, that's what he said.
All right, any other questions for the chief? All right, thanks, chief.
Okay, so with that said, aquatics, Colby and Kathleen are here.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
All the mics have been just
Okay,
on.
I was supposed to start talking. Just to run down aquatics real quick. I highlighted a couple things to touch for our revenue. This next fiscal year, I know John touched on the fact that we are thinking that it's going to start out a little slower regardless of COVID or not, that we're going to have to rebuild. We're hoping that's not the case, but we do feel with the feedback we've gotten from the community and our membership that we're going to have to, we'll slowly rebuild that. The other thing that payroll is a little down next year from what was budgeted in 2021 because my payroll was split a little differently. That's one of the changes there. Chemicals, they stayed the same, but they were lower this year. The current year we're in due to the lack of use of the pools for several months. Equipment line, it's up because it's things that were purchased under the $2,000 threshold that we were not aware of. AEDs, pool pumps, disinfectant sprayer. So that's why that line is up. And our propane gas next year, this past summer, we turned the Aeon unit down and the pool heaters off. And we're going to do that again next summer, which will help us save in that cost there, probably by about $15,000. So that's just a brief run over. Does anyone have any specific questions that you saw on aquatics?
So let's talk about what your projections are for this year and your projections for next year overall.
Okay. Specific question? Yeah, is there a specific question?
Yeah, the specific question is, what are you projecting for year end this year? And then what are you projecting for year end next year on your budget?
So our forecast for this year is -381, and our proposed estimated forecast for next year is 236 negative.
So Lara, board, so the difference there is the COVID, right? They mentioned when they first came in that, there is anticipation that maybe swimmers don't come back right away, so that is in there. But if you take the COVID adjustment, just like the other departments or whatever, that would kind of give to the 380 again. This time it's broken into two separate pieces, right? Because COVID, as I instructed everybody, aquatics did what I asked. They broke up the COVID as a separate. I told you that was $77 at the beginning, and that's where they went to pieces. Okay.
So John, during the budget finance meeting, the number we talked about projected loss for this year was 410,000.
Well, that's going back and forth. Steve and I, we discussed that this morning. Steve feels it's the forecasting and the whole team is 380. Go with the 380. It was discussed, but right now the whole team feels it's 380.
Okay, so then this is this department and beach parking are probably the two departments that really are going to be affected by COVID. And so with a COVID adjustment, we're looking at 380,000 again next year, which makes sense because that's what our history is this year. So my question to you, John, is what plans do you have in place to try to reduce that number? Because that is a huge number.
Okay, yeah, Kobe wants to answer it, team.
So we will again do what we did this past summer with shortening hours. If we have to shorten them more, we can. You know, Kathleen and I looked at after the BNF meetings, if we closed a pool, if we closed Sports Core Pool for 14 weeks, we'd save $42,000 in payroll. We would lose some revenue there, so I don't have the exact, I'm not sure, but that's what we would save in payroll if that was a thought process, if we needed to do that. As we said in the past, the beach club was our first thought on a pool closure, just because as far as aquatics goes, that's the pool that we got hit the hardest with COVID, just because we can't have that many people there due to the size of the pool. But again, adjustments can be made based on where we are and what John works with us and Steve works with us on next summer. But we'll just look at adjusting hours if we have to again, which is one thing that we did this past summer.
So, you know, Larry, that's the team's approach. I mean, you know, we don't have a crystal ball. If there is anything else, you know, that you all feel, with all departments, right, obviously, we can obviously go back and evaluate, but it's a tough one, right? We've discussed that.
Well, John, my concern is this, you know, we reduced hours last year and we still lost $380,000. And we're looking at the same thing coming this year. Even with the reduced hours, we're still looking at a $380,000 loss. I think we need to do more. I'm just not sure what that is. I mean,
So,
we've got five.
Kobe pointed out, you know, if
Let
we.
me finish. We've got 5 pools. And I hate like hell to say we probably need to look at closing maybe 2 of them and see what that impact is. But, you know, to sit here and look at a $380,000 deficit projected for next year, I think we need to come up with some more solutions. And I hope my fellow board members will weigh in on this, because this is a big number.
Okay, so look, and the experts are here, and I already saw a hand go up, but I just want to make this and get this understanding. Look, I got no problem whether it's golf or anything else. If the board wants me, and you go through me, go deeper or whatever, so be it, and we'll certainly discuss it. With that said, I believe Kathleen wants to add something on that.
I just want to make a comment that in lost revenue on swim lessons alone, group swim lessons and private one-on-one swim lessons, equated to probably approximately $150,000 worth of a revenue loss. We certainly can look at operating whatever facilities that the board directs us to. Everyone should be aware that I have the highest capacity and the highest opportunity to make revenue at Swim and Racket, the Yacht Club, and Sports Core. So if those decisions need to be made, then we're talking about losing the kids pool with the baby pool. And every day I opened the beach this summer, I lost money because of the capacity. So we're going to do what we're directed to do by the port and our leadership. But $150,000 of that revenue was straight swim lessons.
Okay, so look, they have it all spelled out. I mean, obviously,
John,
Larry, let me just finish, and then, of course, so I just want to make sure we go through the proper channels. So that's what we've presented. Look, that's the whole reason for this process. If the board decides, when you give me my guidance at the end of this, I will sit down with my teams, regardless of whether it's aquatics, golf, food and beverage, or anything else. But you know, I'm open to listening to what you have to say, absolutely.
Frank, you want to go ahead?
Just basically a couple of questions before I make a comment. Do we have the ability, or do you have the information necessary that you can email us what the actual net operating loss was for each pool under the capacity constraints last summer.
I think we could do it this year versus the year previous, if that would be adequate for you.
It is. That's good.
Well, what I'm thinking of is this. I mean, last year we operated under capacity constraints. It appears, and I would say it probably is a safe bet that there'll be capacity constraints this year. So it would be useful to have information as to which pool, what each pool was doing in terms of its net operating profit. Because if I understand what you're saying about the revenue, okay, it's sports core pool, but even with that revenue, if it's losing money hand over fist, that's a different story than might otherwise be the case. So because of the expenses are so high. And I think what we need to do is look at it in terms of each pool had a certain set of constraints on it for capacity. That capacity was used to a certain percentage. And as a result of that, each pool had a certain possible operating profit or operating loss, and make our decisions based on that. Because one thing's for sure, at least right, it appears to be for sure right now, and that is when we hit the open button on Memorial Day, that best case projections, there's still going to be a whole lot of people not vaccinated, and there's going to be a whole lot of virus still in the United States. So I think we should base it based on that guidance and then make our decision based on that. It's strictly what pool was doing well, what pools weren't doing well, and take a look at it. When I said make a decision, take a look at it before we make our decisions on it.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Kathleen and I actually keep the summer statistics year over year since 2015, so we have comparisons, and then we can look at the cost to operate and do and break that out and get that to John so that he can share that. So we'll work on that based on per pool.
Yeah, if that's, I know, I don't know how fast that can come. I mean, ideally, I'd like to have it tonight to look at, but, but that's me.
You can have the comparisons this afternoon.
Yeah, we have the.
You can have the comparisons now.
Yeah, we already have that.
They'll send it to you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll send
Okay.
it, the comparisons
Just
from
copy me on
from-
something.
for the aquatic summer statistics that has the people and the revenue. We'll have to go back and take some time on breaking out the expense, but we can at least show you, you'll see the drop is about 48% overall.
Yeah.
But we can send that, we'll copy the, John and send it to the board so you can see that.
That would be good, but I would say the expense is the most important one, because I think it's possible, and when I say I think it's possible, I don't know that this is a certainty, but it's possible that you have a situation, and I'll specifically talk about sports core, where that by far has the largest revenue, but that also by far might have the largest expense and largest loss. Which would affect our discussion and possibly affect our decision on that.
All right, Doug has a question.
So, and listen to all this, I tend to agree with Frank and others that we'll probably be looking at some sort of restriction as we move into the summertime on these pools. I've heard the fact that cost containment might be a way to do that in form of cutting hours, perhaps even reducing staff, if that's getting to the point. Rather than deciding definitively what we need to do, I think the message that I'd like to convey would be that all options are on the table. If we are faced with a significant loss, I think that there would be an appetite, if it came to that, to close a pool. I don't want to say that as the primary reason for doing things. I say we turn the issue over to the operations team and challenge them to come up and be creative, and they're not encumbered by the board saying, under no circumstances can you close a pool. I think that puts it, that option is one for them to consider. And as they go through on a real-time basis, they'll be doing an analysis. I think that's one of the challenges you'll have, is to continue to do analysis on a week-to-week basis to see how the revenues are coming in based on the capacity, based on the participation in swim lessons and so on and so forth, and make those adjustments accordingly. So the advice would be to make sure that you monitor that environment very closely and take any necessary action that would also include possibly closing a pool for some period of time. So again, I just, throw it out there. They're thinking about contingencies, continue to think about contingencies and engage them when necessary. And I believe you should have support of the board. You'll have my support, but I think that's a way to get through this unknown that we have at this point.
Tom?
Yeah, and one thing you have to consider, there's two things that you have to consider. First off, we're close to.
We lost Tom.
We can't hear Tom's question again, or point.
I'm sorry, I don't know why my mic doesn't work, but anyway, I'll yell. If you look at the numbers, we're close to 300,000 down in membership dues from the last full year of numbers. I mean, that's a huge hit we're taking, period. So you start talking about closing the pools now, those memberships are going to go even less than they were last year. I'm not sure we're going to get them back anyway, because people don't want to go, you can only put so many people in the pool. So I'm with Doug on the fact that we do it on a weekly, monthly, whatever basis, depending on, we don't know what this year's going to bring, but to say that we're closing 2 of the pools that might have all the families going to them, and from Mumford, or the ones that are the indoor swim for the swimming women and all that, or where we have the only classes that are functioning, I think it does us a huge detriment. I think you might as well close them all at that point. And secondly, if you're looking at, you have to remember what happened last year. We closed down, we didn't have the pool open at the beach club, and food and beverage at beach club took a monster hit. Nobody was there. They didn't sell any. I mean, it was bad where they were closing it on Saturdays. So you have to keep that in mind. With the pool open, food and beverage does better. Same with the yacht club. With the pool open, no matter how many people are there, they sell more food and beverage, and that's all part of our income. I mean, plain and simple. That's where we make our money on both sides. But we have to take into consideration, it's just beyond our control what we can do with COVID. We don't know what's going to happen in June. We don't know what's going to happen in July. But what we do know is that we might have to make adjustments. But if we close pools now, that membership dues is going to drop substantially. I'm just throwing that out.
I just have one other thing to say.
Mike.
Here's what.
Andy, we can't hear you.
Not happening. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. I think that what might be helpful is to develop something along the lines of an if-then plan. So if the positivity rate of this newest strain of COVID that's been identified is hitting us, and we have to minimize the number of people who are able to be in the pool at one time, we can at least do some pre-publication to the membership about what pool is going to be closed or what hours might be involved. I know this is, I guess for lack of a better word, kind of a crapshoot, and I don't envy you the position of having to be in this, but I think that one of the things that happened last summer was that there wasn't always a clear path for which pool was going to close when people had people invited down for the weekends. And I think if we knew that maybe a little bit in advance, and Colby and Kathleen, I think that if in view of everything else, there are some hard choices to make. And if those hard choices do involve swimming lessons and everything, I think the general population is really going to understand that there are some services that can't be offered because we're trying to protect the welfare of everybody.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean,
No, Frank.
what I'm asking for,
No, Frank.
only thing I'm asking for is the data, and from that, a plan. I mean, look, in the simplest sense of things, I think it's safe to assume that we're going to have capacity restrictions. And at the end of the day, if we look and we had 5 pools operating with, and let's just say they had 150 people in them, and you could get that same amount of people in 3 pools, then I think the answer is leads to be from finances that you could probably close to, okay? But I think that we need more than anything else a plan, because things aren't going to work out exactly to the plan, and we'll have a point that at least we have some information, some knowledge to depart from. And I'm absolutely in agreement. Look, it's the operations call, but the losses are very large, and we want to do everything that we can to keep the assessment as low as possible. So we just have to ask the operations team for that plan based on the historical information and their best estimate of what's going to happen going forward.
Other comments? Yeah, listen, John, everybody's comments are right on point. My real concern here is that we're looking at almost a $400,000 loss. Maybe, maybe not. I tend to think that based on how the rollout of the vaccines are going, that's probably where we're going to be, because that's where we are this year. And to come and say in this budget process that, well, we're going to close some hours like we did last year, that doesn't change anything. So Doug and Camilla are absolutely right, and Frank, you know, you need to go back and look at this and give us a plan as to what you think you can do to try to address this number. I don't think anybody's looking to reduce this loss down to 0. I don't think that's realistic. I mean, we'd have to shut them all down. We do, you know, we are an amenity-based community, and, you know, I'm a swimmer myself, so, you know, I love having the pools open, but $380,000, $400,000 loss, we got to have a plan. And I don't agree, you know, with all due respect to Doug and Tom, that we wait and see what happens, because we'll be right where we were last year. We'll be looking at this number. Now, maybe there's no doubt that from an operational standpoint, you will have flexibility to do what you need to do. But I think with looking at this number, you and your team need to come forward with a plan for us to take a look at.
Okay, so.
Anybody else have any other comments on aquatics? All right.
Well, let me say one thing. I mean, I know you're getting at, Larry. I don't like to encumber the operations team with, you know, creating something for, you know, conditions that could be very flexible. I think what we need to, the message we need to send to them is there's going to be a challenge. There's a clear indication that you're going to come in well under budget and it's going to be negative. And what can you do to give us some level of assurance that you understand that, you've identified it, and you're working towards that end. As far as a definitive way, you know, if somebody tells me, oh, we're going to close 2 pools and we'll reduce the deficit by $100,000, that's speculative at best. I mean, at the end of the day, my message is be aware that that's an issue and have the flexibility and the forward thinking to continue to work on a regular basis to make sure that you're addressing the issue. That's all.
Okay, so where I'm at is this, is first of all, you know, we prepared this budget, we crafted it as if it was an amenity. We took an approach last year. We all obviously knew what the numbers, or we guessed on the numbers, and we were pretty accurate what it was. We took the same approach this year. With that said, I hear a lot of good stuff here from the 7 of you or 5, whatever spoke. I await the guidance, one voice from this board on it. From my standpoint, we will evaluate, just like we did this year. We will evaluate, obviously, what the governor says, or what he mandates. It affects the pools, and we'll go with that. Right now, I gave you a budget. These, you know, everything is in there as if we're open all year with the restraints, and you see the effect on the assessment. You know, somebody said that, whether it was Frank, you're right. We keep it open, there's an effect on the assessment. Is it an amenity? Okay, we took the approach that it is. Are we going to have losses now? But we decided this year, and that was my understanding, and that was certainly where I came from, my team, that we're going to keep this open to the best of our ability. So that's where I'm at. Again, I wait one voice from the team, from the board, and I'll go forward with that.
Colette, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did have a comment. I would like to see that data that Frank is asking for. I think that data is going to tell a story to us that will help us have a better idea as to whether, how wise it would be to put together a contingency plan and what the unintended effects, if you will, that Tom raised might flow from, whatever that contingency plan is. So I hear Doug's point. I agree with that logic, but I believe that we should at least look at that data and see what story it tells us and what kind of certainty we have that data would support some kind of a rational contingency plan.
Right, and that data will be sent out by Colby and her team immediately as soon as they leave here to all board members. And if after reading that, if any board member has any other questions, please send them to me, and Colby and her team will address.
John, I think what you're hearing is, yeah, we'd like to look at that, but also I think you need to put a plan together.
Again, I wait one voice from this board, and I will certainly execute on it. You'll get all the information that you need, whatever it is. I have the team in place. Myself and Stephen will certainly do it.
I think you just heard that voice, John. So let's go ahead and get the information out, and then let's see what kind of contingency plan you guys come up with.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on aquatics? All right.
Okay, that's it. I mean, they will supply that information. And again, please, if anybody on that board has any other questions, in addition, just send them to me and copy my team, and they will get back to you. Okay, with that, if you're done with aquatics.
Yes. Was the capital, do you need to go over the capital request?
It was pretty straightforward, but Colby's here, Kathleen's here, the 50,000. Pretty straightforward.
Does anybody have any questions on the capital request? All right.
Well, it depends. If we're gonna close down pools, I guess we don't need all this stuff, right?
Well, I don't know if we're closing pools or not.
Okay, and again, I request one voice from this board, and I will execute on it. Okay, so then they're good on the capital. Colby, thank you. I mean, everything's pretty much right out of the DMA and everything, you and Kathleen. I'm going to ask Colby to go on to beach parking with Kathleen, and then we have Tim here from tennis and rackets. Okay? All right. Thank you.
In regards to beach parking, last week, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago with BNF, we gave a revenue number that was consistent with aquatics and thinking that we were going to be lower. And after talking in those meetings and talking with John, I did go back and adjust it to bring the revenue a little bit higher. But other than that, the only thing that stands out in the equipment line, which is $594, that $3,000 is going to be for a handicap beach mat that will go from the beach club building to the dune access, which will help with wheelchair access and people with walkers and whatnot and stepping and stuff. So other than that, there's really not any other changes unless someone has a specific question.
Questions on beach parking? Yeah, I do have a question. Again, the proposed revenue, you increased it, and the question is, what's the basis of that increase over top of this year's? Because if we're anticipating we may be in the same situation as last year, why aren't we increasing the proposed revenue?
Well, to answer your question, so this beach parking budget that you're looking at is not in anticipation of us being in where we were this past summer, because this is not the COVID budget. This is in anticipation of us being fully back open, but with a little bit slower start to getting people back at, being in crowds on the beach and coming back. So that's strictly just opinion and on what I've heard from feedback from just listening to people in the community. But this budget is based on us being fully back to normal with just a little bit of a slower start.
Questions from anybody? No questions here then.
Okay, thank you. Just one other thing I forgot, on all the capital for the aquatics and then I guess whatever was related to the beach park with the mats, that was all part of the annual report from the aquatics advisory team also, so committee, so it's all in line with that. That's it. Okay, so Kobe's ready for racket sports. Kathleen, thank you very much. Tim is here. I'm not sure if Terry's coming. It looks like it's Tim and Kobe.
Yeah, Terry, with the change in time, had a lesson, so he's sorry he can't be here, but I did speak with him and told him to go ahead and continue with his lesson that Tim and I would go ahead and do.
Tab 13.
Okay, starting with tennis. We're hoping this year with more USTA tournaments. The good thing with the racket sports is they didn't take too much of a hit with COVID because they're outside sport, and we didn't really have the same restrictions that we had at the pool. So, and Tim and Terry have done a fabulous job in building the community and keeping things moving over there. With tennis, we're hoping for some more revenue with USTA tournaments that Terry's been working on, and with possibly the new court that we're asking to be built. Tennis takes a big hit in the contract services with the refurbishing of the clay courts. It's a big hit for tennis every year. And we just got a bid back about a little over 13,000 is our first bid on doing those this next budget year. Does anyone have any specific questions on that? There's not anything that stands out.
Doesn't look like there's any questions.
Okay.
Are you going to go over the rates at the end for everything?
Yes, I will. Platform's the next one in my book. If you want to move on to platform. Platform, again, platform is a pretty even keel sport. It doesn't really adjust too much in membership. It's got a very consistent membership base. This year we were lower on the members that decided that they wanted to wait to renew their membership through this year due to COVID. The part of the hit that platform is taking is that they didn't used to have a percentage of my payroll, and now they do. And with such a small budget that it did hit them a little bit. But other than that, does anyone have any questions on platform?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay. And then pickleball. Pickleball's doing great. One of the changes, in addition to this year, is that we have a group that came in and offered 2 clinics for us. They did a clinic in July and one in the fall, and that brought in $4,000. $2,000 of it went in the pickleball budget, $2,000 went in tennis, since they're utilizing all the tennis courts during that time frame. Pickleball does a tournament every June that in the past they have been in charge of, and they paid us a rental fee of $500. This year, Ocean Pines team will actually be putting that on, which is where you see that increase in the special events tournament line to 10,000. Between that and the clinics who are already scheduled to come back this summer. So pickleball overall is doing really well. Tim can elaborate. There's probably over 100 people there every day. Still this winter, with it being mild, we're still collecting a little bit of money, which has never happened before in the past. It's been great. But do you want to add anything, Tim?
You can anticipate that the revenue daily is going to increase by about 20%. Because if we increase the drop-in fee to $6 for property owners, $7 for non-property owners, and you take a look at the figures for this past summer, that daily use from people who are not members is going to continue to grow. I'm very confident you'll see a 20% increase in revenues. And I'm not talking about membership. And I've got records of the daily attendance and how much we're collecting as far as drop-ins. And this year is the first year in September and October and November that we stayed open, making sure that we were collecting money from people that were non-members. Net revenue is about $10,000. Yesterday morning at 10 o'clock, you had 22 cars at our racket center. And I'm over there every day. And although platform is limited in its numbers, there are probably more platform players over there than any other sport. So I think we did the right thing by staying open this winter. It allows us to still work on hard true courts, which in the long run will save us maintenance money.
Hey, Colette has a question, and then Doug.
Here.
Yeah, I see the allocation for the Director of Operational Logistics at 40% for aquatics, but I'm not seeing it in any other department. Am I missing something?
So maybe I'll answer correctly. See, 40% is in aquatics, 5% is in each of the racket sports for a total of 15%. 5% is in beach parking, and then the difference is in drainage.
And where would I see that on the budget sheets?
I don't know if you have the payroll cost. Sorry.
Yeah, Colette, so if the board does have the payroll cost summary sheet, and it's actually probably not listed as Director of Logistics, it's a Director 5%. So you'll see that under tennis platform.
Okay, I see that. Okay, thank you.
Doug?
Yeah, I noticed if you look at the classic and clinics line for revenue, and on the pickleball, it's listed as 0, and under tennis, it's listed at 4,000. So did you just decide to lump the 4,000 in on tennis with no anticipation of having any revenue for classes and clinics at pickleball, or is there another reason why you would have a 0 amount? Because I think if I heard you correctly, you said there was some classes and clinics at pickleball that generated some revenue. So just a question.
Yeah, so it's a great question, as John said. The classes and clinics for tennis, 2,000 of that was the clinic, and the other 2,000 has been the lessons that Terry's been teaching, which have been growing. And on pickleball, it just went in the league fees or the special events and tournaments. So they're clinics and special events. We just have to narrow down exactly, I think, where they need to go. I think it's just they're put in different spots when they were put in. But they're
okay.
The same thing. It's just a matter of how you're looking at it, what it might be called. But so they're actually just in a different line.
Okay, are there any more questions on the racket sports? I think we're all done.
Okay, did you want us to go over the fees? I know you brought that up.
Yeah.
So after the BNF meeting, Terry, Tim and I met and so for the daily fees, which was what we were discussing, with tennis,
Yes. Okay.
with tennis for the residents and owners, we kept at $10. Pickleball and platform, we suggested going from 5 to 6. And then for the non-residents, tennis, we suggested going from 10 to 12, and pickleball and platform from 5 to 7. So that's the first part, the dailies.
Any questions? All right.
On the membership piece, for platform and pickleball, we went on the family membership. I think I do. For a pickleball platform for family, it was $260. We suggested going to $280 on the family, and the individual was $155, and we're suggesting to go up to $170. So platform and pickleball were a slight increase. For tennis, it was $435 for a family, and we're suggesting going to $400. And it was $270 for an individual, and we had suggested to go to $250. And the reason for going down was to hopefully try and draw in more memberships. Tennis court is losing memberships. We're hoping that's a bigger draw.
Questions on tennis?
Larry, I have a question. It's just in general on the membership fees. And it's probably something the board itself needs to discuss, but let me make sure my understanding is correct and then ask the question. My understanding is that a renter who lives here gets charged the same amount for membership as a homeowner.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, they do the pools and tennis, yes.
Okay, just to make this comment, I think that's a discussion that the board needs to have as to whether we want any non-homeowners to get the same rate in any amenity that homeowners get. And I'll just leave the comment at that because I know there's pros and cons to both of them, but I think it's a discussion that we need to have as a board.
Okay. Anything else for the team? I have the public
Yeah,
works.
Tom has a question, John.
I got one, I just have a quick comment, as long as you guys are still sitting there. I just want to, I've got a kind of a bad taste in my mouth after the aquatics thing. Because I've been here a long time, and I've seen other amenities get subsidized by all the amenities in the Pines when they're not doing well. This is a very unique situation that we're in right now. Tennis can have people playing constantly because they're 6 feet apart. You can put people on a golf course now with 2 people per cart. When it was 1 person per cart, we were losing our butts because we couldn't fill the golf course. Pools are so unique in that you can't stick a bunch of people in a room or in a pool. You can only put so many people on a deck. I think we have to take that into account. It might just be, this is a year where we're going to have to play it by ear and go along until we figure out, until this either goes away or we subsidize some of our amenity, which are pools. I think closing pools is a bad idea. I think I can remember for years subsidizing the golf course with every other amenity we had while it was going through its transition. Now it's making money. I'm glad. I'm glad that we're getting the green, so I'm glad we're getting all this done. But to single out one amenity, and that's what they are, and start and make them go to extra lengths and extra measures. I don't disagree that there's somewhere, but I just have a bad, it's not one voice on this. I'm just telling you, John, it's not. I don't agree. I think that I don't mind them showing me the information of how much we're making to how much we're losing per. But I agree with Doug that we need to go on a case by case basis through the spring and summer and see where it leads us. And if we have to help the aquatics out in order to make them stay open, I think that's what we need to do. Because to tell the public that we're gonna close 2 pools, I think it's just such a bad statement to make coming from the board. So that's it.
Larry.
Everybody stand.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one more thing.
Need you all to stand up.
Your mic on?
Okay, yes.
Hey, John, hold on.
We decided, and the board supported us doing a racket sports advisory committee of the board, and this is one of the first undertakings that I've asked them to do. I did a little bit of calling around because, as we know, a lot of the courts that we have, the tennis courts, and I'm not addressing pickle or platform here, but they are indoor courts like at Sea Colony and some of our other closest competitors. I believe that we need to network a little bit further and draw people in for our tennis courts. When we've had guests before, at some of our groups, people say, gosh, I didn't know that we had such nice hard-true courts over here. So I think that if we can give the advisory committee just a little bit of time, Tom, maybe it'll meet some of these other things that we can fill the tennis courts a little bit more, maybe exceed some budgetary expectations and have some spillover into the aquatics. That would be my hope. I mean, it's a dream. I got that, but it would be my hope.
I mean, look how well pickleball's doing.
They can't even get on the courts. It's so busy.
Great.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on what Tom said. I think he makes a very good point about balancing the budget through aquatic service reduction. And, I would just encourage our general manager, when he's looking at a game plan for how to mitigate losses, to bear in mind that, maybe cutting services is not the only approach to be taken. And again, I think the numbers that Frank has asked for will help tell the story as to, how we, what the balance between reduction in service and unintended revenue hits. That, tells the story of how that balance might shake out.
Yeah. Hey, Tom.
Let me, Frank,
Tom?
let me jump here first.
Okay.
Listen, Tom, I want to make sure everybody understands, I'm not advocating that we shut all the pools down or even shut 2 pools down. What my comment really goes to is that understanding we're going to have such a large loss, we've got to have some kind of plan as to what we're going to do. It may be that we leave all 5 pools open. Like I said, I'm a swimmer. I love it that the pools are open. We're a resort community. We should have the pools open. I don't disagree. But if the John and his team should have some kind of plan to try to reduce the loss number. That's what I'm asking for. And I think, if the plan is they want to roll forward and see what happens, that's what their plan is. I don't think that's the way to go, but they got to have some, they can't walk, in my mind, you can't walk into this budget hearing with a loss of $380,000 and say, well, we're going to do the same thing we did last year. Because we lost $380,000 and it may be $400,000 last year. Yeah. So, what are we going to do to try to reduce that loss?
We're so limited by what we can do. That's the problem. We're so limited by what we can do because of COVID. It makes it very difficult to say, okay, let's cut payroll. But if you cut payroll, you have to close facilities. I mean, this is a whole unique situation. It's not like when the golf course was losing money because it was in bad shape. Yeah. You can fix the golf course and make it make money again. This is a whole unique situation and we have to deal with it as a board without alienating one amenity. And I know it's losing money. I got it. I see the numbers just like everybody else, but at some point we just have to bite the bullet if we want to keep them running.
And listen, if that's
what John wants to do, I agree with you.
If that's what the board, and if that's what John recommends and that's what the board wants to do, then there we are. But the community needs to understand that we're looking at this and, that we're just not saying, okay, we're going to have a $380,000 loss and who cares?
Well, I don't think anybody in the community thinks that that's what we're doing, then I think they should vote us off.
Right.
We can skip.
Okay, I have,
Yeah, one more thing, maybe,
Larry,
hold on,
The Public Works team is here in bulkheads.
one more thing, you know,
Larry,
we're using things that are kind of like very definitive. Why don't we just say, listen, one of the expectations we have of the operations team is to give us the options you're considering that would have some sort of effect on the financial well-being of that particular environment, and leave it at that. That's the plan. You know, to say I'm going to do this, this, and this without having any data, again, as I said earlier, is pure speculation. I think my comfort level would be if that operations team is saying, hey, we see it, we understand it, it's a fluid situation. Here are the options we are considering. Should we need to engage them in order to make any adjustments in our operational environment that would affect our financial position? And so I would kind of get away from this, you know, I want a plan and a 3-ring binder with 3 chapters and 47 different, you know, outcomes. Just get an understanding that these are the options that they would consider. And I think we've seen a couple of them already. And these are the options they would consider as mechanisms to address the operational environment and the financial position of that particular amenity.
yeah,
Frank?
okay, just a couple of points. First, Tom, to your point, let's make it clear that I don't think anybody on the board is advocating closing 2 pools as an opening thing. I think we need to get the data, and I think that we need to eventually go where the data leads us based on consultations and recommendations of the operating team, which I agree with Doug. Philosophically, I would say this, because you brought up some things about subsidizing. As a board person, I would feel a whole lot better if the plan came and the plan for each and every amenity in each and every circumstance showed it meeting our operating criteria, which is either no loss or a net operating profit. And then have people explain to me why it is we're going to, out of necessity, have a loss because of the pros and cons of the decision. Okay, I don't believe any amenity on an operating basis should be subsidized for any period of time, unless we agree to it. I mean, there's pros and cons to it. So let's get the data. Let's see where the data leads us. Plus, in the time that the data has it, when these situations come up, because who knows what the hell is going to happen by June. We'll at least have the information that when the operating team comes up with the plan that they think's the best, we can certainly talk with them and weigh those pros and cons and weigh in as the board. But for sure, nobody, I certainly right now would not agree to close 2 pools as an opening shot. But I want to get the information to make informed decisions so that people know that we're good stewards of their money and that we're doing the best thing in the community in terms of it being amenitized and the best thing in terms of financial outcome.
Anybody, any more comments on the pool stuff, on the aquatics? Hey, John, Joe Lynch is here. Since we went ahead and did golf, I know Joe has a presentation he wants to make to the board. So before we break.
Larry, and I apologize for this, and I just need to get this Public Works team, and I got somebody going to a doctor's appointment. Let me do Public Works, and then, of course, we'll listen to this presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, team. Thank you, Joe. Okay, with that, we're going to start off with bulkheads, because as I mentioned, they do have some meetings and doctor's appointments. So, Eddie, just with the bulkheads, they have the numbers. We came forward. We're doing 3,097 linear feet, consistent with last year. We did see, nobody noticed and updated us early about the increase in the price of wood.
Vinyl went up $10 a foot.
And the vinyl, the key, no, right, the vinyl went up $10 a foot. So we were looking at a big increase. Nobody came to the 2 of us with some ideas. And I just want to hear the board understand what everything did, what the team did, because they did question, and rightfully so. I took down the bulkheads operation for general from $40 to $25, and the question was why, and can we, and rightfully so, why can we do that? So tell me what's been done. Tell them what's been done as far as now with a preferred vendor, or what we're just looking at, why we think we can get a decrease in price.
Yeah. What we have done
has talked with current vendors and other contractors that have bid on the projects before about looking into locking in prices. A couple of the bigger contractors said they were willing to do that, to lock in another year with a minimum increase. I'll let Noby explain it more, but we're looking at if we can get a price guaranteed, not knowing where we're headed with this COVID and what prices are doing. I mean, I would hope things go down, but hardly ever do you see things go back down.
Right, exactly. So Noby, just tell us, just your experience, you were the one dealing with them. What did you see? What did you hear? What are you recommending for us to do?
I'm looking, basically, all the contractors that we've talked to are trying to basically give us their best prices. They're trying to lock in with their vendors to give us their best pricing. And basically, I'm looking for something with no money out of pocket or anything for the next following year, if possible, with any of these contractors. So that way we can actually move forward to get the next year's 4-year plan on the books.
Right. So what Noby has asked me and Eddie is this. He'd like, he's working with the vendors, with the suppliers. Eddie's there with them also. And if we can pick our supplier a little sooner than what we've done in history past, and I believe we did this last year, and Noby and Eddie recommended that. We'd like to do that again and to do that. So odds are, when do you think that we'd be able to have something to go forward to the board, which could probably save us money once we choose the supplier and just do this process a little earlier? We're probably going to be able to lock in and save some money.
I'd say by the next board meeting we should have.
The February? So what Eddie and Noby have told me in other meetings, and just now again reinforcing it, is if I come forward with a staff recommendation, which I did last year, and we do it in February, which would be kind of tight on the budget approval, probably at the same time, we believe locking in with a supplier, depending on who we pick, we'd be able to save money. So I just want to make everybody aware of that in case the board wants to tell me something different. But that's the approach the staff is recommending, and I believe we can save money with it, just like we did last year. Any questions, comments? I see a nod, yes. I think it's Doug.
Any questions?
I got one.
Tom's got one.
Just, is the storage rental our rental of Layton's facility over in Bishopville?
I missed the beginning of that. I heard something about the Bishopville. What was the question?
Is the staging area over in
Yes.
Bishopville? It is.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. It's still in there, correct. That was a 3-year deal, still in effect. And I believe, from recollection, I said it saved us like $14,000 a year doing that. And Eddie just gave me the nod. But yes, it's still in there, Tom.
So how much was it? Is it 14,000 or 20?
No. It's 20. I believe it's 28,000 a year. Steve's not 28,000 a year. What I'm saying is, and what I presented to the board back then, was by doing this, we saved, after paying the 28,000, we still saved 14,000 a year. As opposed to not having it.
It's under 594 storage rental.
There we go.
That's what they added back then. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on the bulkheads? I saw a nod. I think it was Doug's, but I wait guidance. But if I can get that approval to do this thing a little earlier, if you could tell me now, that every day helps.
Everybody agree? I think John's approach is the way to go on this thing. Since we're staying with the same vendor, I'm not so sure we need to put it out.
Let us go through the process.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. If we get discounts on labor and materials, I'm all good.
Okay,
John, I think you're good.
Okay, so thank you. So Noby, go ahead, continue what he said. And he has been working on this aggressively. All right, thank you, board. Thank you, Noby. Do we need Noby for anything else? No. All right, Noby, good. All right, thank you. We can go. Okay, so with that said, Eddie, which one do you want to do next? What section?
Wherever you want to go to do CPI.
CPI. Okay, and we have Linda here. You all know Linda. She's going to sit at the front of the table, and she's going to take us through CPI. I know that the board has some questions for you, Linda, on it. I forgot to tell you what they are. I'm only teasing. Go ahead, Linda. What section?
Well, maybe we should start with the questions that.
6. So just go through it first. All right, section 6
None of the fees have increased. I know there was a question from the Budget and Finance Committee about the fees increasing. The fees, as far as I know, in the past, the board has always
Right, but are we,
directed us on the fee
but are we
structure.
requesting approval from the board for an increase in fees?
Not at this time, no. The only fee would be the short-term rental. If that goes through, would be the short-term rental fees.
Okay, that's it.
Yes,
No, no other recommendations?
No.
Okay, so now it's been clarified what they're looking for. Go ahead, keep going.
Nothing else has really majorly changed in the CPI budget. We kept it pretty much the same as last year, other than in regards to the supplies. We did increase them $100 due to COVID. And contract services are going up as well.
Any reason on the contract services?
Contract services are going up due to the labor and the contractor for CPI violations.
Okay, any questions on CPI? It seems to be straightforward, and I mean, we have seen obviously in the beginning with COVID, it did affect CPI obviously, and they seem to be back on track.
All right, we got Doug has a question, then Tom, and then Frank.
Hey, John, real quick, I noticed under the expenses for legal fees, the 2020 actual showed 660, and we're proposing 4,200 in the budget for legal fees. Is that because we're going to do a little bit more enforcement coming around and anticipate we'll be filing more liens and doing other things in that area?
Yes, we currently have around 65 violations in the legal process right now. When the courts reopen, we will be taking them all to court. So therefore, we probably will be reaching the 4,200.
Okay, and his follow-up, is that enough?
It should be enough. We've actually complied, as of last week, we complied out 10 that were in the legal process, just because they've acquired permits or they've cleaned up their yard. So we were able to clear out a few last week.
Okay, thanks.
Two, first off, from resale certificates, I can't get my mic to work. The resale certificates, we budgeted 125 and are looking like we're probably gonna get 150 this year. Why did we reduce it back to 125 for next? Seems like with the market the way it is. And second was payroll. I was just looking at the increase of $75,000 in payroll and payroll costs. Are we adding a new CPI inspector or just that?
Did you get that, John?
Yes, we did. We were just talking about it, if you can hear me. So first, let me jump in on the resale certificates in that. So we saw a spike this year because of COVID. I guess everybody's moving away from the cities or whatever. Not totally sure if we'll have that same last year. I can tell you by the amount of folders or resale certificates on my desk. We're not anticipating it to be as high next year. So that's what that is. The second on the payroll. Yeah, so the second one on is we did hire Linda. It was in the budget. We talked about that. I got board approval. And now Linda is part of the CPI. A lot of that was being picked up by finance, doing a lot of that work, and other people helping out in the past.
Frank?
I just want to make sure, I guess, ask the question, assuming that the short-term rental guidelines from the Architectural Review Committee are implemented pretty much as they're written right now, are there sufficient resources in CPI to do both the inspections and the enforcement that will be required without running into a situation where it spills over and increases the assessment for the for the homeowners that aren't involved in the rental business of renting their properties?
So, and let me, and Frank, I know you sent me an email, whether it was weeks ago or a month. We did address it when we did the budget. I spoke to Eddie. I'm going to let Eddie jump in, but a lot of that comes under the county. But Eddie, jump in and tell them.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we've got enough manpower to do what is going to be required of us. the actual inspections and all that, we're gonna follow what the county does and probably work closely with them, just like we've done in the past when we've had issues like that.
Okay, just a comment on that, Eddie. My understanding from the discussions we've had with everybody is the county has pretty much laid down the law that they do not want their inspectors in any rental property. That it's pretty much a paperwork situation. Our architectural guidelines, the way they're written, require some specific life safety equipment in there. And it's just a question, are we willing to accept that on paper, or are we going to have eyes looking at it to make sure it's accurate?
I'd have somebody check, anytime you go onto a property, especially you're talking in a house, we've got issues with just going on a property, around a property that we have to be careful with through the lawyer, plus through, as Chief Massey used to tell us, anytime you go on a property and take something, even though if it says it in our guidelines, you are stealing by what the Maryland law states. So going into somebody's house, I'm not sure insurance if we'll be covered for it. I mean, there's a lot more questions to it.
That, by the way, that's why I raised the issue, because let me just kind of overview. I know Cammie's on the group. Cammie is certainly on the group with me that are doing that is Frank Brown. But the way those guidelines are written is to get an Ocean Pines license, you must consent an inspector coming on your property and inspecting for the situations that are called out in the guidelines. And that's been cleared through our legal team. So I'm just saying that, you know, here's what I don't want to have happen, okay? Personally, I mean, this is an opinion, obviously, okay? Not the single voice that everybody's hunting for. The problems that we've had with the county inspection is they don't have sufficient money in for inspection and enforcement. We've tried to close that loophole in Ocean Pines with the guidelines. What I don't want to run into is in a situation where we either can't do it or to do it, the money comes over into the general assessment and homeowners are subsidizing the rental properties.
Any other comments? Okay, so Frank, apologies, I put it on mute when Eddie and I were just going through it, and everything is this. If we're the ones going in there, which is fine if that's what it is this. I don't believe in sending anybody alone, so if we do this, and it sounds like we are, I'm going to need more resource, and Eddie concurs in the sense that I'd be sending more than one person. So the answer is yes.
Yeah, and by the way, John, I know this requires a discussion, and look, getting an answer for something that's not defined and approved is, and I'm not asking for somebody to do the impossible. One option to it is to subcontract at the home inspectors to our guidelines. I just want to make sure we're thinking of it so that we can do what we want to have done, which we think addresses the problem properties without it affecting the general assessment.
Frank, I like that idea a lot. I just looked at Eddie. He's already pulled out his notebook. He's going to follow up on that. An outside independent, obviously will adjust accordingly in the budget then. But yes, I like that, getting somebody independent, somebody that's their background and expertise.
Yeah,
right.
And John, I'm sure the team will be glad to meet with you. And now that I'm out of COVID quarantine, so will I.
Okay, so and Eddie will have that. Once he has that information, I'll have Michelle set it up with you, Frank, and whoever from the board or the team. But yeah, and I actually like the independent outside expert. Okay, and Steve, I'll have a note in there too that we got to get a number possible to adjust or reallocate in the budget. Okay, good. All right, anything else on CPI? Okay, John. What's next? General maintenance, what number? So general maintenance is number 7. Section 7 for the board.
Actually, and I know that in my book, it's Public Works. Yeah, I think that was done tricky. Okay, so I still think that was done. Let's see if I know. Okay, Linda, let's see if I'm awake. Linda, it's all you.
Okay, general maintenance, just like CPI, pretty much stayed the same. And, except for contract services, we did increase due to the higher expenses due to the contractor's expense.
Okay, the one thing, Eddie, the maintenance number that you needed as far as trees and trimming and all that, that was in here. You were asking for another 10?
Yeah, that's public works.
That's public, okay, it's in the other section. Okay, so we'll address that in Public
This is
Works.
building maintenance.
Okay, I'm sorry. My book's different. Okay, any questions, apologies on mine, it's reversed in my book. Straightforward, you can see where the maintenance is. The maintenance is that this board encouraged and gave us, it's there. Sometimes I'd say it's a big number. Once you need to do something, all of a sudden it becomes small real quick. And for the amount of maintenance that we have in the budget based upon the total amount of all our buildings and everything else, to use Eddie's word, it's minimal. But we believe we can get it done. Okay. Board, what say you?
Any questions on Public Works? Or
Okay.
general maintenance? I'm sorry.
General maintenance.
General
I'm
maintenance?
sorry. Okay,
You
so
got-
Public Works.
Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
Okay, Public Works, there was no increases, it pretty much stayed the same as last year. Really no major changes to Public Works.
Okay, so just some highlights there and some questions. Let me just highlight a couple things before you ask. If you go down to line 591 drainage, that drainage is the maintenance of the ditches, okay? You've heard me speak about drainage, a special project, which is the Bainbridge, that comes out of the reserve. You heard how we funded that, we discussed that this morning. This is the maintenance, which is different from that reserve, where we have the pipes and other stuff like that. This is the maintenance, the ditches, the cleaning out of the ditches. I don't know if there's anything else here. Eddie mentioned about, Eddie, where's the 10,000? He had asked me, he had asked me where you're gonna trim the trees and everything.
Oh, that's roadside trimming, that's like under.
What line number?
That's the roads and bridges.
600.
600. If you go down to line 600, as Linda just pointed out to us, forecast, it's actually down a little bit, but you know, we added money in there. I know this year with the storms and everything, is there a reason why the forecast was so high there, or?
It's things are going up. The prices are going up. Anybody's had a tree down, I mean, it's $1,000 and up to take a tree down anymore.
Right.
Yeah,
And that still includes the striping of Ocean Parkway. as well.
yeah, also getting the parkway done.
That's why.
All right, so those are the ones we just wanted to highlight. Any questions, board?
I have one. Real
Yeah,
quickly.
Cammy has a question.
Um,
Looking at item number 600 again, is that the roads and bridges we took out and gave to drainage? No,
So-
that's
so
not the same
Yeah,
one.
so the
That's,
answer.
gotcha,
so- yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, anybody, any other questions? You want to go through the capital request, Eddie, or John?
Yeah, so we got Eddie here. Steve, what section is that in again?
It's in the back, 23.
So Steve tied it together for everybody, but section 23, we did mention, Eddie, like last time, that you and your team, obviously the trucks, that you would go through that. So if you could just take the board through everything there, the whole program and what we've gone through, you, me, and Nobi.
Yeah, what we did is John asked us to evaluate the fleet, all of Ocean Ponds' fleet, all departments. And we were able to cut our fleet down by 9 vehicles, which we will be selling and not replacing. But we do have vehicles that do need to be replaced that are still required to do our daily operations that we have. Some of these vehicles have got some age on them now because we have put them off the last couple of years just to save and not try to get by another year with them. But we're getting to the point on the ones that we have listed that they need to be replaced now.
Eddie has gone through that and gave a detailed presentation with Noby for budget and finance. And, you know, even last week, but even a month or two ago, and they approved everything here.
So Eddie, on the sales of the vehicles that we put up for auction, what kind of return did we get?
You'll get more at auction than we do when we do a trade-in. It's across the board, Larry. I've seen them go, a Ranger pickup, we get 3,500, and then last year we sold, or 2 years ago, we sold an F-250 that was 11 years old, and we got $11,000 for it.
Well, no, I thought we auctioned off 7 vehicles already.
No, the auction is in February. It's coming up. They've been taken to auction, but they haven't been sold yet.
Okay. Any questions on the capital purchases for Public Works? All right, we discussed the headcount issue, so I think that's taken care of too. All right, John, I think we're good.
Okay, Public Works team, everybody, thank you very much. Just a point, Larry, as we're on this capital summary for the amount of replacement, I mean, it's pretty reasonable, especially compared to other years.
Right.
Yeah, Steve just gave me a nod, yes. You just
All
want
right, so John, Joe Lynch is here, so I'm going to let Joe make a presentation. You want to come sit here, Joe, so you're on the camera?
Okay, and Larry, at the same time, I don't know if you have your lunch there. My lunch has been sitting here for an hour, so I'm just going to start eating while we listen to the.
You guys want to have lunch, go ahead.
Well, we're going to work and eat. So.
Good job, Steve.
How long is the
Thank you, team. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I took myself off.
All right, guys, I'm Joe Lynch, 52 Moonshell Drive. I'm on the Golf Advisory Committee. I'm here on behalf of the Golf Advisory Committee. Rich Lammert, who is the chairman, he couldn't make it today because he's taking his wife to have some cancer treatment. But Fritz and I got together this morning, went over a couple things, and I'm not going to take a whole lot of your time, but what we see is the idea of the benefits of the Golf Advisory Committee is trying to get more of the residents of Ocean Pines, who are the owners of the golf course, to get them more involved in what they own. You know, the residents who are golfers right now, we don't have a great number of them playing golf at our facilities. So the question is, how do we attract those people to come and play at our facilities? We've come up with some new ideas as far as membership goes. I understand that right now with COVID-19, you know, there are a lot more probably pressing things going on. And COVID-19 actually has been good for golf. It's one of the few things that it's had a benefit for it. Because golf being one of the few things last year you could do and participate in, since it was an outside activity that didn't have a lot of close contact. So the golf course financially probably did better last year because of COVID-19 than it would have without it. Probably will do that again this year. Because, you know, right now nobody knows exactly when the vaccine will have enough to be distributed and how effective it's going to be. That being said, we want to look somewhere down the future, maybe not this year, but the year after, and think of new ways to create memberships within the golf club. And to do that, I believe you have to look at the demographics of the community and see that we have seniors, you know, almost a predominance of the people who own here. And of those, some, and I'm not sure percentages, do not reside here full time, they're seasonal. So should we look at a seasonal membership of some sort? We have families who are working families who obviously probably don't want a full-time membership. And if you're working Monday through Friday, you know, why would you want a full-time membership? So maybe we should look at some way to attract them to the golf course on their time off, their available time to play. And you can do that in several ways, but one is to go back to, we had at one time a coupon book, which was a 30 coupon book. We're looking more at a 10 coupon book now. And within that coupon book, to have 9-hole play available. That being said, 9-hole play says that the problem with it is revenue. Because you're taking up some 18-hole possible revenue. So you have to look at a 9-hole type play and figure out how it would work within your present structure. And I think there are ways to do that, but it would take an hour to sit here and talk about it. But I think these are future things we should look at. And I think ladies, for example, Colette, if you wanted to, this year we lost some ladies, especially in their 9-hole group, because they couldn't get 9 holes. They just couldn't play it. So I think we have to come up with some kind of a program where we can attract those ladies back into the golf community and make it available to them. And I think we have to be open-minded about it. And I'll go back, I'll look a little bit at tennis right now. Tennis last year or 2 years ago was in a not very good state, and we changed management. And the 2 new managers have come in and they brought people back, and in reading an article about it, and I'm not a tennis member, but they said they have a feeling now of belonging and of people wanting them to be there. And I think that same feeling has to be created at the golf course. So I'm not going to go into specifics because I don't really think anybody's open right now to listening to specifics. But the committee itself would like sometime in the future to sit down and look at different membership programs for the upcoming years. I don't know, Frank Daly, are you here? Is that Frank? Okay, we talked about an open house to present the new clubhouse to the neighbors, to the residents. I couldn't do it last year because of COVID, and it could be a problem this year. Because setting a date, the optimum date would be sometime late April, early May. But it's kind of hard to do that with the COVID right now, not knowing what you can do. But when we have that open house, we should set up a committee to run it and organize it. Matt Orr Company should be part of that committee. The Ocean Pines men's, women's golf groups, the GAC, and probably Frank, since he's our liaison, should all form a committee to set up an open day on a Saturday, hopefully in the spring if we can do it. Again, that was tried years ago, but it became a cluster. I can't say that word because it wasn't organized. There was no committee. It was just 50 people showed up to play golf at 9 o'clock, and you can't do that. So you have to advertise it and organize it, and at that point, try and come up with those new membership programs. Have the people there, have different groups set up tables to explain what they do. The men's group, the ladies group, the GAC, et cetera, and try and create some new members within the club. And at this point, that's all I've got to say.
I have a question. I'm Alpha School, sorry. I wasn't expecting you to finish so quick. Have you thought about using the North Star capability for doing targeted surveys? I think you have email addresses and contact information from all the users of the golf course through the tee time sign-up. And I think even if COVID doesn't allow for an open house, you could almost do a virtual open house or a survey using the capabilities of North Star to gather some of the information about interest in these creative concepts for memberships or alternate programs.
That information, I assume, would be John Malinowski. Okay, and it's something that maybe he and John Wyola might want to get together and consider doing. Any other questions?
What else you could do? I mean, just throwing this out, spitballing it out.
Mhm.
Why don't you have maybe an Ocean Pines homeowners golf tournament? Just an afternoon 9-hole golf tournament. You get some of your guys who are members and life members to jump in with 3 other people who don't necessarily play golf. Get them out there and just let them have some fun and see what it's all about. And see what the community of golf is about. People that want to learn. They don't have to necessarily know how to play golf. Just get them out there. You can get them, John can get them clubs, or if they have clubs, or if they haven't played for a while, get them back out there for a 9-hole afternoon. Doesn't take up the whole course. You don't lose a lot of money. Have a little tournament with a little food thing at the end, just as an open house that way, because we've had tournaments there since COVID. So it's a way that you can get them in, put them around the course, they're still staying their social distance, and possibly introduce them, especially to some of the members, like Don and Frank and all the other guys who play there on the weekends and all during the week. So,
Just another thing too, I like the idea of an open house. I think it'd be a good, maybe, just, again, just throw stuff out there, would be, take them to the driving range, give them off back around it, or maybe give them a tour of the course, you know, when it's closed for one day, you know, something happens at the clubhouse, just to get them, you know, logistically located at the, you know, at the golf course so they can see it, you know, give them a reason to come out there, at least take a look. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm supportive of that.
Well, the feeling is if you're gonna do it, that it should be advertised, you know, okay, and they should probably call in, it'd be a non-member day. You know, members would not be able to play that day. So, have them call in and make designated tee times. And that, they did not do that the last time. And just, everybody just showed up at once. And what it ended up with was most of the people that came were very disappointed and were upset because it was just run so poorly. Okay, so it has to be organized. I think you have to have organized tee times. I think you have to have the Matador Company come in and help with something on the food and beverage side. And then have different tables set up by the different clubs and go over the whole thing. Here's what the golf is about. You know, play the golf course, you know, enjoy yourself, do it at a reduced rate, maybe $25 or something, to make it attractive to them, and see if we can create some new memberships.
Yeah,
And if not memberships, at least residents that are gonna come back and pay the resident rate.
I dare say we're in a little bit better position with the new clubhouse to advertise the environment than we were before.
Oh, we are, and a lot of people haven't even seen that clubhouse. You know, there are 8,452 lots here. You know, so there are 8,452 owners. You know, let's get them down there and see what they own.
Any other comments from Joe or questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, guys, good luck with the budget.
All right, Larry, I got, looks like Ron Fisher's gonna go first, the Marina. Tab number,
Marina.
tab number 21. Ron, it's all you.
On me?
All you.
Okay, I'll just go through some of the highlights, if that's acceptable.
You gotta talk loud.
He's got to get a little closer or talk up.
Yeah, Larry, I'm actually gonna move out and let him come up further. Why don't you sit in that chair
Okay.
so they can hear you? Gotta talk louder. I'm actually gonna, go talk to Ralph.
Where do you want me?
Wherever they can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me here?
That's better.
Or I'll move up a little further here.
Attaboy.
How's that?
That's good.
I'll sit in John's chair here. I'll just go through the highlights for you. On fuel sales on the revenue side, I tended to go a little bit on the conservative side, primarily because we're at the mercy of the weather. We have no control over what's going to happen with weather. And we had an exceptional year this year because we did have good weather on weekends. And we actually tended, because of the COVID, to have more business than normal. People weren't working, so they were out recreational boating. I'm proposing a 4% increase on 390 for boat slips, which is very reasonable. Let me go back here quickly. Two of our competing marinas for a 22-foot boat, one is $3,080. The other is, where am I at here? $2,080. So we're still substantially below them in support of our membership. We right now have 52 boats on the waiting list, so I have no reason to think that we won't have all our slips rented this year. Fuel cost, I go down to cost of sales 407, and stop me if you have any questions as we're going along. Obviously, we have no control over fuel costs. I anticipate that it's going to go higher. I did fill the gas tanks at the end of the year, at the end of the season, in anticipation that we were going to see higher fuel costs. So we're starting the year off with 18,000 gallons. Merchandise, I increased a little bit because we're going to be selling some additional frozen baits and other fishing tackle this year. Go down here to, let's see, contracted services, 504. Raised that to 11,500. And that's basically because we've had to increase cleaning, and we've also had to increase security on Friday and Saturday nights in support of the yacht club business. We have a problem with people coming in and docking their boats in other rented boat slips. When those boaters are out in the bay, they come back and obviously can't get in their slips. So that's one of the things security does. The other is police our parking lot. We've had to increase cleaning to 3 days a week in the bathrooms because of increased usage. And some of that is being used by the yacht club as well. I go down here to equipment, 594. Put in there $13,000, and basically that's paint. It's $170 for 5 gallons, and we're going to paint the entire marina this year. So that's what that total amount is for. That's pretty much the highlights. Questions?
I know during budget and finance, I asked you to look into those 3 slips over at Swim and Racket. Debbie sent me a note about that. So do you want to tell the board what you found?
Well, I found that 2 of those slips are runnable. I had to do some sounding on those slips, and we're able to rent 2 of them. One is probably dredged, and I'm asking Nobi to get a price on dredging that.
Good. Any other questions for the marina?
Yeah, I have one. Larry?
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay. It's not so much a question, it's just a comment. First, Ron, first as a board member, thank you for running the operation you do, because if I ever had to model an amenity from scratch, it would be after the marina. And there's 2 reasons why, and you just hit the nail on the head. Number one, from the product and service you give it at a discount to the people in Ocean Pines compared to the competition around there. Number 2, which a lot of people don't realize, is your operation contributes to a net decrease in the assessment because you make an operating profit. And as far as I know, for the last 5 years, a profit after depreciation. So thanks for the good work and keep it up.
Thank you. Any other comment for Marina?
No.
All right, thanks, Ron. Thank you. Good job, Ron. Thank you.
Debbie, stay there, you can talk with her. No offense. Okay, next up is Park and Recs, as we socially distance and keep everybody safe. Ron, excellent. Debbie,
Do I need to move up?
now stay there and talk loud.
Stay there and talk loud. Okay.
Right here.
Think of it as you're in my office yelling at me.
Okay.
So he knows I can be loud. Is that what you're saying?
Go ahead.
Okay. So one of the first things I wanted to touch on a little bit, you had already actually heard from Julie this morning in marketing about the farmers market. We kind of found that we needed to kind of break it out and show the actual revenue and expenses. As Julie said, it's just easier for them to make payments with us. I've spoken with David and we've got things worked out pretty well. We have some things we still have to do, but it's showing an estimated revenue of 16.7, and they do have some expenses that have come out of pocket in the past. So we're going to assume some of those expenses, which is totaling about $2,600 right now. So it's really not a lot, but we wanted to show it for a better bookkeeping purpose and being able to utilize North Star better and keep track of, the vendors and who's made what payments and just better bookkeeping. So anyway, just wanted to touch on that, like Julie had already originally spoken about. So with the revenue in our regular, in a normal world, we are looking to hopefully bring in some more donations and stuff this year. It's a little tough for us to get grants because of the HOA, but we're going to look into those as well as trying to reach out for more donations this year to help kind of offset some cost of the things that we give away for free. Dog fees, we've broken that out. We now have the expenses for dog fees actually going to the dog park as well, so that we can show true revenue and expenses. That way we can see whether we need to adjust any. This year we are not, but we may need to in the next go around. Sports camps and class registration and league expenses. We've also done some housekeeping with that and better bookkeeping, better processing for sales tax purposes, things like that, working with Julia and making sure that those numbers are adjusted accordingly, and that the revenue is broken down the way it should be. So you'll see some changes, things that maybe were put in as a sports camp, we had to reclassify as a class. So really it's just changing where we put the money, but the money is still there. As far as Camp Ocean Pines, we're hoping that by June, the numbers will rise and we will be able to have a normal summer camp. But as you can see, last year we did make a decent amount of revenue. We did make money off of summer camp last year. It wasn't a lot, but we did make some. And again, hoping to go back to a normal revenue in summer camp. Special events, as you know, there are events that we do where we have some, but not a lot. We don't necessarily have enough revenue to cover the entire expense, but we do take in some revenue, especially when special events also includes bus trips and stuff. So again, hopefully if we get back to a little bit of normal, we'll get the biggest part of this revenue back again. As far as vending commission, that number is a larger number than it has been in the past. Trying to utilize the vending and concessions and doing concessions for ourselves instead of allowing other companies to come in and make money off of our events. We can actually do it through concessions. I actually spoke to David Bean, and he has offered for us to be able to do it if it's verified through the health department. He's also offered for us to be able to do some things on Saturdays with our concessions and stuff there too. So that's another avenue that we're looking at into making revenue through our concession. As far as miscellaneous, you guys know that that is our tickets, our Jolly Rogers, our amusement parks, our movies, where we didn't make a whole lot this past season. We got half a year, so to speak, with Jolly Rogers, and we did not sell a lot of the tickets. But we're hoping to, once again, if life turns back to normal, we will get back into our regular amount of ticket money as well. Any questions on the revenue part? Good. Okay. So expenses, I'm sure Steve has talked to you about the payroll part and anything of that, any rise in those. As far as the equipment rental was one of the bigger items that's in there. I have some things that need to be done in the building that is going to require some lifts and some equipment that needs to be brought in. So that number is there to cover any of the work that needs to be done in the building. Contract services did adjust by a little bit. We made some adjustments to the cleaning contract for the recreation department. And so we dropped that down. They have this 37 number? Very good. So you'll see the difference there with the 37. That did drop down a little bit. As far as program and promotion, Julie probably spoke about that this morning as well. We dropped down from the 3,500 and we moved that over to marketing. However, we still do some in-house marketing through the school system. And that is an online service that we do where we can reach out and send emails to every parent in the local school area. And that way we can still get our information out to the kids. They are starting to go back to school today, and they'll start back in waves. But right now, that's basically the way we get in touch with them and send out what we are doing. So there does leave a little bit of an expense still in the recreation department, even though we did transfer the bulk of it over to marketing. The parks number has changed a little bit, but that is just some adjustments that we made. Special events, we're looking to still have the majority of them, and that is a pretty close to a true number based on past events and expenses. The camp, that is based on, the 37 is based on a normal bus trips and things of that nature. So if we're allowed to get back to camp as normal, then that number will be a pretty true number as to what the expenses will be. And again, the dog park expenses, that is mulch and maintenance that is done there. We don't have really any other expenses other than the key cards. And those are minimal amount of money. But the mulch and cleaning it out and redoing it, that cost a little bit because we actually get playground mulch that is better quality for the dogs than it is to put the regular mulch out there, the wood chips. That's not good for them. So that's pretty much what I have. I don't have any big ticket items. I don't have anything this year that I'm aware that we're going to do.
Okay, thank you, Debbie.
Yep.
Any questions?
Doug has a question.
So I guess just for the sake of consistency, I know we talked about being sort of hamstrung with all the issues with COVID, and we said, aquatics had a pretty big losing number, and I see another one here for the for Park and Rec. Should we apply sort of the same logic and say, should we get together a list of considerations that would be options for them to adjust as they see things going forward, if things are lifted and they're able to do more, or if things become more restrictive and they obviously have to adjust? My suggestion would be apply the same logic and kind of say, all right, from an operations standpoint, give us the things that you're considering. I don't, again, as I said with aquatics, I don't need a plan, but I just want them to understand that, they have the flexibility, and we're behind them with any kind of flexibility, and encourage them if they have to make any changes midstream that, that they do so, just with the intent of trying to minimize any losses, so.
So, and let me jump in here, and it's better that I say it, but the adjustment for COVID for rec and parks is basically, I think it's favorable, 10,000. I have to say this, and this is every item, every step, every initiative or program, Debbie has sat down and gone through it and gone down with me, and it's basically, you know, it's flat. There were offsets. She's got offsets with expenses. There's obviously if this, then that. Call it a plan, call it whatever, but you know, it's pretty flat. She has done it. I mean, Debbie, they were asking, you know, do you need anything else? Now's the time to say it.
I think that we've made pretty good adjustments. We've adjusted our times. So it's kind of helped through a payroll standpoint. We are, the one thing that's not able to be done really is the rental of the facility, but that doesn't stop us from being able to do other things. So we're following the guidelines of the health department, and everything that I do follows everything that's handed to me. And we make it work the best way we can.
Okay.
But, you know, I make the adjustments as we go along.
Any other questions?
Anything else?
If not, I have Ralph here.
All right.
Debbie, thank you. Could you just
Thank
ask Ralph and Louis to come in, please?
I sure will.
So as you can hear, Ralph and Louis are here. Obviously, it's food and beverage time.
Did he bring you lunch?
I think they closed. They're closed today. So anyway, so Ralph, I'm gonna put it into Ralph and Louis's hands. Food and beverage. And Steve, what tab is that? Okay.
We got,
The 20.
Clubs 18, the Yacht,
Clubhouse.
What do you want to start, Ralph?
Clubhouse Grill 17.
I want to start with Yacht Club. 20, Yacht Club.
Yacht Club 20.
Ralph, you just gotta wear a mask, please. Can you? We can't. If you gotta leave it off, we'll leave.
Yeah, no.
Okay. We got all kinds of calls last time
Oh, yeah.
from the forum. It's fine. Go ahead, Ralph. Oh,
What am I?
why don't you present his numbers, and then any questions? Steve will present the numbers in the budget, and then Ralph, obviously, and Louis will answer any questions that you have. Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, so Yacht Club, section 20, and 2022 proposed is essentially a model of the 2021 budget. You can see that, I guess our bottom line is approximately $88,000. Mine's actually cut off still, but I know it's $88,000. And yeah, I mean, Ralph can go through the details with you.
So, you know, you have the budget there, you're all looking at it. I mean, we can go line by line on it, but, you know, Ralph and Louis are here to answer any questions that you do have on it. We didn't hear the question.
Tom wants to know when Coastal Smokehouse opens.
We're actually gonna
And why are those
gonna talk
numbers
about
in
that
here?
later.
And why are those numbers in here, Ralph?
Ralph says 3 weeks. Any questions on Yacht Club? You can see the methodology they used, right? I mean, Steve, help us out here. It's in line with the forecast, yes?
Yep.
Ralph, since you're here, and there's been all this blow up about the November payroll costs, why don't you give you're down and dirty on it. I know, John explained what your discussions were, but why don't you give your down and dirty on it so the rest of the board members know what went on?
For November?
Yeah. Yes.
Payroll. Sure. Well, look, November was a difficult month. It's normally a 5-week payroll month.
about 4 days before the end of the month, we realized we had an excessive amount of inventory, so not thinking that it was gonna be an issue, we just extended the month by a week, taking a month out of March, which added an entire week of payroll into it. You know, we did a tremendous amount of discounting, which when you're selling twice as much food at half the price, your labor goes up. We had a couple of other issues with the competition for labor this year being so brutal that our hourly wages went up, not just in November, they're up now. They went up for starting last May, actually.
Ralph, let me just jump in on the payroll on the amount, and you said you had 6 payrolls versus 5 the prior year.
Yes.
I just need, so let's put this on the table. So your time frame wasn't exactly a calendar month. It overlapped into other months.
Right.
And that's why you have the 6.
Look,
Go ahead.
we use retail months, and the reason we do that is because it's easier for us during the big 5 months, May, June, July, August, and September, to know we're gonna get same store sales exactly apples to apples versus the year before. Meaning it's always 28 days, 28 days, 35 days, 28 days, 28 days, 35 days. That's advantageous for us to see. Same store sales in the restaurant business is big. You can see how you did sales wise, how you did cost wise, were you up, were you down, where the issues were. If you run a calendar month, you could potentially have 5 Fridays or 5 Saturdays one year, and the next year you'd only have 4 and 4, which completely skewers your sales ratios and your payroll ratios. So we've always run retail months. This isn't new to just this year. The only thing that's new or different, which is what threw off November, was the fact that we added an extra week. We extended it by a week. And we only did that because of the tremendous amount of inventory that we had sitting in there to get us through Thanksgiving. We had a giant Thanksgiving where we did deliveries, and we thought rather than end it the month after 5, we would just add a week and then take a week off later on to obviously round out everything through the rest of the year. Our apples to apples is important for us for May, June, July, August, September, because that's when over 75% of our income comes in, and that's when our numbers are so important to keep our thumbs on. Truthfully, October, November, December, January, and February are inconsequential. We could run regular calendar months, but since we already run retail months, it's just easier for us to keep it going that route.
And let me just ask him a couple questions, and again, along the lines, Larry, what we received and everything. So, you know, obviously, we had this January statutory minimum wage increase, but I think the people asking the questions, and I don't want to answer for you, but I think they're not realizing that even last year we had a minimum wage increase, and you also, and that's important because they missed that. And that's not a crypto answer, that's a fact, right, Ralph?
That's a fact, yeah. Yes.
So that's a fact on my end, Ralph's, you know, we had the same thing here. So the other thing is okay, so the salaries, I know you have a management team in place there. They've been there now 3 years. You mentioned to me, obviously they're making a little more money. You also mentioned, and we discussed about retaining your staff, right? Especially in these times.
Look, with no J1s this year, although we didn't use J1s, so it didn't affect us really. People like Secrets used so many J1s, they didn't get any of them back, that now they're coming after all the rest of the labor force that's in Ocean City that went to guys like us. So, you know, right across the street from the Beach Club, Secrets, where Secrets is, there was a huge marquee the entire summer that read, dishwashers, $15 an hour. Well, our cooks were coming to work every day riding by their dishwashing sign, knowing that they were only paying them $13, $15, and $14 an hour. So we were forced to fight guys like that and not just them, but other business like that for the same, to fight the same labor market. Now, next year, since that's what we're here for, Biden has already said J1s are coming back into Ocean City, which again, doesn't affect us directly, but indirectly by all these other places hiring their J1s, the onus, the fight for the labor market that's in Ocean City isn't there any longer. And now we're not forced to pay a higher rate of pay for a dishwasher. Never mind what happened to cook salaries, which was obscene.
So in the course of that, Ralph has unequivocally answered the question where we received was, if these other restaurants are closed, John, how are you paying more for the wait staff and dishwashers and everything when other restaurants are closing and there must be an abundance out there? So Ralph explained that in detail, okay?
And look, even when other restaurants are closed, and us as well, now I'm fighting the federal government. Now the federal government is adding $300 and $400 onto everyone's unemployment. So getting people to come back to work, I have to fight the federal government and tell them how they're going to make less money to come back to work than they would be sitting on their couch watching Oprah and eating bonbons. It's brutal. It's brutal. But look, November was an anomaly. I mean, that's not going to happen again, that dollar amount. And sometimes I think that people get hung up on the dollar amount more than the percentage. Don't get me wrong, the percentage wasn't spectacular by any means, but it doesn't equate to the same dollar amount. Look, December's 5 weeks, and then January's 4 weeks, and then I'm talking to John about February now, when he makes a decision on that.
We'll do it at the end.
That's going to be 4 weeks as well. You're going to see that dollar amount go down. The percentage is going to be the same, but the dollar amount's going to, and that's probably going to quell the upsetness about the dollar. I think it was a dollar amount that caught people off guard, and it was simply because we added an extra week in there.
Right, it's fun. So that's the mechanics of it, and it's been all spelled out. So Ralph, and just leave the witness here or whatever, but so you got all this salary and all this, and then yet your revenue, how was your revenue? And, I know you had a whole bunch of discounting. Can you just compare it to what you're discounting last year? What was different?
Sure, revenue was actually up. And again, it's because we added a week. So we didn't only add a week of expenses, but we added a week of income. So revenue was up. Another reason why revenue was up is because we did so much discounting. But then again, that's the bad part of that is, look, if we were selling a hamburger for $11, $12 last year, and we had half price hamburger days, and we're selling them for $6 this year, and we actually sold more, then your percentages and your costs get worse, even though your revenue got better. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me.
Thanks
Ralph,
for making money. It's great.
Ralph, I think Frank Daly has a question.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, you got your hand up, Frank. I thought.
Oh, sorry.
Ralph, can you talk? I'm sure everybody's interested. What are you looking for banquets for the coming year?
Yeah, I did bring our banquet detailed leads tracker. We already have $344,000 of banquets booked for 2022. Right now, as of this morning, our banquet account has $110,000 in deposits in it for this $344,000 worth of sales that are already booked for 2022. That is a strong indicator of a public sense of normalcy coming back. We did not have this kind of set banquets ready to go in 2021, and of course, the ones we did canceled because of COVID. But none of these have canceled, not one. Every single one of them is 100% on, and their money is already in an Ocean Pines banquet deposit account, $110,000 as of 9 o'clock this morning. And that's just for the weddings. It doesn't include all the little teeny banquets that Leah puts together for the yacht.
Well, what happens if they change their mind and they don't get married? You give them all their money back?
Well, they do get a percentage of their deposit back if it's COVID related. If it's not COVID related, then they don't get any of the deposit back.
Okay.
And Ralph, that's consistent in the industry for banquets.
It
correct?
is. Matter of fact, I'm not even sure if we have a choice. I think
It's in the contract.
it's in the contract, yeah.
So it depends on also when they cancel,
Yeah.
not only why.
Right.
They'll lose their deposit no matter what.
Our first one is set for March 26th. I'm sorry, that the first wedding is set for March 27th, the Radwell wedding.
All right, any other questions for the yacht club?
Great.
All right, next.
Okay, so next, let's go to the beach club there, Ralph.
Yeah, okay, the beach club, I did the same thing at the beach club I did at the yacht club. I simply used the budget for 2021 and moved it over to 2022. I had no reason to believe that it would be any different this year than last year, sans COVID, obviously. I did a COVID budget right next to it, but the beach club has a built-in anti-COVID filter, meaning it's mostly outside. And you can separate your tables outside enough to where it doesn't scare people to go there. The only thing that affects us negatively at the beach club is if the pool doesn't open. That's where we get hurt at the beach club, is when the pool closes or limits their capacity. Because rather than going to the pool and then ordering their food and beverages from us, they'll take a to-go thing, they'll park in the beach club parking lot, but they'll carry their cooler and they'll go down to the beach and eat and drink down there. So that's where we take the bigger beating at the beach club. It's not really because of the facility itself. The beach club this year should be a good barometer of us hitting our proposed budget for next year. This year's COVID was absolutely horrendous, and we're still looking to make a $90,000 profit this year, which is $7,000 less than budget. If we could do that this year, I'm gonna be hard pressed to say we can't do it next year.
Okay. That pretty much tells you, and it tells you where Ralph's coming from in his team. He believes that they are going to come. Any questions from the board?
Anything on the beach club? All right.
Okay, Clubhouse Grill. You have number there, Steve? Clubhouse Grill, 17, as Steve has said.
I don't have the clubhouse
Yeah,
grill.
Steve will do, Steve will do. Steve's gonna jump in. He's worked hand in hand with Ralph and Lewis, so he's just gonna give that and go through it with Ralph.
I didn't have a reference point for the clubhouse. All the units we have, nothing really compares to that or other units, so I did this blind. Again, it's a forecast, the best that I could put together. I kept expenses pretty much an industry standard with costs for food and beverage and payroll, leaning a little more heavily on payroll. I can tell you that COVID is going to affect the clubhouse less this year than it did last year, because now they've figured out how to do the golfing with the different carts, and they're not going to close down outdoor any longer. We know that. They've already said that. Sales can only get better now that we have our systems in place there. Our costs can only get better than they are this year. And this year we actually did okay, at least until this past month. you know what, it's hard for me to answer a question about the clubhouse since I don't have any working knowledge of that unit. So this is just, truthfully, it's my best guess.
Any questions on the clubhouse? Board?
I think we're good.
Okay, that's
you, Ralph.
great. So, okay, so I just want to make sure because I think this is a good segue for Ralph and I to talk to the board on something. So no questions on that. Ralph, Louis, thank you, entire team. I do want to reiterate that Steve goes through these numbers. We go through them every month. We pick up the phone before we hang it up. Ralph and Louis, or some combination, are in here going through variations and analysis that we do on an analytic review with everything. So all the questions, they were all good questions that we received. The board received them. Certainly received answers from food and beverage and from Steve and myself. With that said, I think this is an opportune time, Ralph, in talking about closings today and everything. Ralph spoke to me, I think it was last week or the week before, about February and the yacht club. I asked Steve to check on financials for the month of February, and Steve will tell you the numbers that I asked him for. Ralph is requesting, and I am going forward to the board, and we want to close the yacht club for the month of February. As far as a financial, let's just give him the numbers, and then Ralph will jump in from the food and beverage. Steve, from a financial standpoint, based upon the numbers we have, if we shut down the yacht club for the month of February only, what would be the cost? Obviously, there's an overall loss for the month of February, but would the loss be less, and if so, by how much?
Yeah, so it'd be lessened by the labor costs, obviously. The fixed costs will still be there. I would estimate it looked like, based on historical, we'd be talking like $15,000 to $25,000 in labor, maybe probably on the higher end, 20 to 25,000 bottom line.
Is that okay? You said bottom line.
I'm sorry, I said labor, but from a bottom line standpoint.
Okay, so all right, so bottom line, somewhere in the neighborhood of the savings. But again, Ralph's going to talk to you about, that's the financial impact that Steve and I believe is that we would be favorable to budget 15 to 25,000 for that month of February. With that said, Ralph wants to jump in. I'm sure he's got a lot to say.
I have the availability this year because of the new place that you alluded to when we first got here to move management that normally I would not be able to take off payroll. I can now get them floor managers off payroll and move them to a different location that I have going on. That will help the yacht club save in its payroll. Also, the people that can't be moved, obviously the banquet woman and the two chefs, they can go over to the clubhouse. I can extend the clubhouse hours, so now it stays open till 8, which means I can add a happy hour and a dinner session in the banquet room at the clubhouse. The kitchen there doesn't have the availability to put together an entire dinner menu, but it can do the existing menu that's there and an additional 5 dinner entree menu each week at the clubhouse until 8 o'clock. Since they're already on payroll, that would mean that the clubhouse would have no additional payroll to stay open the additional 4 hours and have the availability to do more sales since the yacht club would be closed. The bar for happy hour should get a bigger crowd. The banquet room could be turned into a dining room, and the staff is already in place from the yacht club since it wouldn't be open. I would suggest that the sales we make up for at the clubhouse would more than enough make up for the loss that Steve says we could save by closing. And I would not suggest reopening the yacht club until the Friday before the parade Saturday in Ocean City. Now, I know I'm going out on a limb by suggesting there's still going to be a parade, but as of today, there actually still is going to be the Saturday before Thanksgiving, St. Patty's Day, Ocean City Festival. We all know that could change. But if it doesn't, then that's the day to reopen. Another thing we can do is continue with our trivia night
on Thursdays at the clubhouse in the banquet room. We could still do prime rib night, for example, as one of the 4 items. Look, I think it's a win-win for everybody. I think February is going to be tough on the public with getting inoculations. I think everything starts to smooth out in March. I think we have to reopen in March. We have to. Ocean Pines is going to need us to reopen in March, especially if it does go south, we can resume with family meals. If it doesn't, then we're reopening at the perfect time, the Friday before St. Patrick's Day weekend.
So Ralph, what about Super Bowl? What about Super Bowl? What
Well,
can
we
you do?
missed the Super Bowl, but here's the, I guess you'd call it good news. The Redskins are out, the Eagles are out, the Ravens are out, the Steelers are out. It looks like it's going to be the 2 teams that could potentially be Buffalo and
the Packers.
And the Packers.
And the Packers. It's just not a giant thing here in Ocean Pines or really anywhere on the Eastern Shore. So I don't see that as being a big loss at the yacht club. And the truth is, they can watch it at the clubhouse.
Right.
Let me, Ralph, let me make sure, I was a little confused here. So what you're talking about doing is you want to keep the yacht club closed until March, but open the country club in February with extended hours and an additional extended menu for, I guess, what, for the weekends?
That's exactly what I'm talking about, except not just for the weekends. It'd be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, the clubhouse was going to reopen anyways,
Right.
whether or not the yacht club stayed closed. They are opening next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There actually are golfers on the books, and we are reopening that. So extending the hours by an additional 4 hours a day, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday, especially since we're going to have the kitchen staff there and another floor manager there, it's kind of a no-brainer.
Right. So let me, and Val and Larry, let me just add this. So when we built that place, when we built the kitchen, the way we designed it for other reasons too, to separate golf and from the banquets and from the grill, this was something we looked at. The fireplace was, I guess in the past, there might have been these scenarios where they went to the clubhouse. Obviously, they had the upstairs and maybe they shut the yacht club. I think this is a good opportunity for us to judge. With COVID and everything else, let's shut the yacht club. This is operational. We are going to shut the yacht club, unless I get overridden here by the board. We are going to shut the yacht club for the month of February. We have a plan in place. We have the financial numbers. And this is what we're doing, unless the board has something to say here. I'm looking to the board. I see a couple nods there, but this definitely makes sense, and it's a good opportunity for us to test this out.
Frank Daly has some questions.
Yeah, by the way, I support this, the move 100%. Also, John, this is more directed to you and to the board, but as well as to both Ralph and John Malinowski. I think we need to take a real good look at researching some options from November through, I will say, April. And I'll tell you why. If you look historically, the number of golf rounds drop off dramatically beginning November 1st. They're still golfers, but they drop off dramatically. And they start picking up again, I think, around April 1st. There are a number of people in the community that have approached me and they've said, can we use that course in the off season to do other things, which requires a lot of research. But if we get the course to do other things that brings in crowds, then the question becomes, does it make sense to open up the grill to have things like breakfast and after hour kind of things, because the association has done more to get people on that asset? And I think that requires a discussion and some research.
You know, Frank, I like it. We'll set something up. Ralph, Luke, probably Lewis, whatever Ralph says. Malinowski and I are definitely in on this thing. Anything constructively that we can do to enhance the amenities or, and of course, bring in revenue, I think we can figure something out. We got a lot of good people. Okay.
Hey, John, Let me give you an idea. Now, I know Larry and I talked about this, and there's roadblocks, okay, hurdles to go over. But supposing, because in the wintertime, I don't think too many people are interested in golfing before, let's say, 10 o'clock. And sometimes you have frost, okay? Sometimes you have ice that does things with the course. Can we get an insurance rider and use those past the bike and the jog and have breakfasts? It's a question, not a, can we do that? What are the hurdles? What are the costs? What's the potential revenue? Same thing, after sometime in the afternoon, it could be open for other things. I don't know what those things are specifically, but that might open up those fire pits in the bar and the grill itself to do something after those hours. But
go ahead.
That's what I'm thinking. Does it work? I don't know, but I think it's an idea worth pursuing because, look, in a COVID environment, there have been, I think, crowds better than expectations there, and the facility has been embraced by the community greater than would be anticipated, considering we've never been able to have a grand opening or something like that. And I think we should utilize it because it's truly right now, it's not something that people are afraid to go to. It's really become one of the gems that we have in our asset base.
So, yeah, so what he's saying, let me ask this, and I have Ralph and Lewis here, and I want to get their input on it. As far as the biking and the jogging or whatever, believe me, I'm all favorite. I know in the summer I can't do it because I got maintenance going on at their early hours. Now, maybe in this situation, maybe we can. I'll talk to John. I'll talk to Justin. I just want to know, Ralph's here and Lewis, what their thoughts are from a grill side.
Well, Food and beverage welcomes the opportunity to sell more food and beverage for some sort of promotion or event that you've got going on down there at the golf course. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, we want to generate revenue. I mean, from our end, I think, we're going to attempt to do a Sunday brunch when we get back into March, most likely. It'll just be on a Sunday, like we used to do at the Yacht Club. But we're all about generating revenue, and I have some ideas that I can present when the time comes.
So this is great idea, Frank and the board. Steve's going to follow up on the insurance.
John, I still have two questions. Doug first and then Colette.
Yeah, and I like the concept, the idea of using, we'll call it non-seasonal hours for some potential revenue generating activities. And I think we need to be very prudent, though. You did mention something, Frank, about jogging and bicycling, and that's fine. What I wouldn't be supportive of is any other kind of activities that could potentially damage the golf course or put it at risk. We've got a lot of money, time, effort invested in getting the course in the kind of shape that we expect it to be in for our members and our customers. And I wouldn't want to get over exuberant and do something that would put that in jeopardy. So I just want to make sure that we'd have, and I'll use the word that I like to use that John's been using, some level of balance there. I think we should clearly look at it and decide whether something's feasible, but under no circumstances should we get so overly enthusiastic that we put the golf course at risk.
Yeah, and as a neighborhood community user of the Clubhouse Grill, I will say that I hear from other neighborhood users that they would be very interested in extended hours, cocktail hour, early dinner, light fare dinner. And, I think there is room for more breakfast by non-golfers in the off hours. And I would endorse what Doug said. I think we need to be very careful about any community use that would put the course itself at risk.
Larry, am I allowed to talk?
Well, let me just give you a comment, my comment. It's interesting, all of this discussion, because at the last Parks and Rec meeting, the committee was talking about these type of events, and actually they're going on right now, particularly for the bikers. They have a group online that, of course, is not affiliated with Ocean Pines, but they meet up at the yacht club and bike to another place, or they bike from one place to the yacht club. So it's those type of things that if we organize stuff like that and had those events start and end at the yacht club or the country club, it's a possibility too. Go ahead, John.
No, that's a great idea. Absolutely. I'll put together a little group. Obviously, the players that we talked about included. If anybody from the board wants to, dial in or whatever, absolutely. I heard some good ideas here. Absolutely. We will definitely evaluate it. Steve's going to check on the insurance side. And obviously John and Lewis and Ralph and me. So yeah, maybe I'll bring somebody else in. I like it. I think it's a good idea. Okay.
Anything else for the Matador group?
10-2.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, that's it? I couldn't hear you. It was all rattling.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, Ralph, Lewis, thank you very much. So, we'll do the communications. It sounds like I got to sign up, but it's operational. And we've put it on the table, so we'll close. We'll work that out with Josh and Julie. We'll communicate it as well as the clubhouse, and I'll get that other group. You want Lewis, you, whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get with Josh and we'll give
Okay.
him some ideas.
Ralph, again, Lewis, thank you very much. And thank you for coming in.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so Larry, I believe the chief is here. I'm going to go double check. I saw his truck.
We take a 5-minute, John.
Okay, 5-minute break. All right, thank you.
$5.4 million.
All right, let's go with the fire department. We're ready.
Easy there, big boy. Okay.
Okay, you all know us. This is Chief Steve Grunwald, myself, President Dave Van Gaspek. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk to you a little bit today. I'm going to start. We're on the right. Did they have this? Okay, I'm on the right-hand side of this chart that you have with the operating expenses, the member benefits. We get the member benefits the same. They basically cover our banquet. They cover supplies and like water and stuff like that, and food that we have when we have a major incident, and we feed our troops, et cetera, et cetera. It covers a crab feast that we normally have. When we have drills, sometimes we have food, and that's what member benefits covers. Utilities stayed the same. Actually, utilities did go up a little bit, and that's based on our projection. Repair and maintenance, you probably already know that we're in the initial concept stages of doing something with South Station, doing a renovation with South Station. South Station is grossly out of standards with the National Fire Protection Association. We have mold in the station. We've had to remediate some mold. The actual condition of the station, and you're welcome to come down anytime you want, and some of you have already been there. We need to build for the future, and that's what we're trying to do. However, in the meantime, we're using a Band-Aid approach, as you would expect, to do things like last year we had this past year in the bay, we have gas heaters for the apparatus. The gas lines fell out of the ceiling, so we obviously had to repair that. But that's to give you an indication of what the situation is. So therefore, we went up from 38 to 66,000.
Communications maintenance, that number increased a little bit as we have to purchase some new pagers as some of the pagers that we have are out of date. Fire expenses, that one did go up to 34,000 from 20,000. We have hose and appliances that need to be replaced this year that outdated.
Fire police expenses, we need to replace some coats and some other equipment like wands and lights. Some of the lights that we have in our vehicles are falling apart, so we need to replace some of those, and that's, but we're keeping the same thing. We're keeping 4,000. That should cover what we need.
Turnout gear, 25,000 stayed the same. Our gear has a 10-year life cycle to it. We're pretty good on that. We've got everybody up to where they need to be with gear. Now it's just maintaining. So we did not do the purchase all at once, so we could actually split out over several years of the new gear.
On the department uniforms, especially in an era of Homeland Security, Homeland Defense, we need to make sure that our people have apparel that makes it obvious that they belong to the department when they're on the scene. And as a result of that, we try to provide them with, the T-shirts, the job shirts, and all of the identifying clothes that they need to do their business, that we all need to do the business. But we kept it the same, $5,000.
member physicals, we are fortunate, we the members are fortunate because this department requires us to have physicals on an annual basis and this department pays for those physicals. But again, it's the same price as what we had last year.
EMS supplies and maintenance, 35,000. We were able to keep that flat. That covers the supplies that we don't get from the hospital to cover the ambulance calls. And it also includes maintenance contract on some of our high dollar equipment. The billing contract, 8%, $38,000 is what it cost us for the billing of the ambulance services.
The building insurance has stayed the same based on our discussions with our insurance company.
Training, again, $6,000. We're keeping that flat. As we're doing a lot of in-house training, we can't really send anybody out due to COVID restrictions at the current time. Apparatus maintenance, $58,000. We're able to keep that flat. That covers our DOT inspections on every piece of equipment, tires, etc.
On office expenses, this year we did a cost benefit analysis on our copying because we do a lot of copying because of the reports that we're required to file. Even though a lot of it's automated, we still have to, we have a lot of printing that goes on. And we have historically been renting a printer, which is pretty much falling out. And then we're paying a steep price on a monthly basis for maintenance. So we've decided that it's more cost benefit, more of a cost or more of a benefit for us to actually purchase a printer. So that's what we would like to do this year. That's why we went up from 6,000 to 15,000. Public education, that's when we go out to the schools and that's when we have our open house. We buy supplies, we buy the fire hats, we buy the coloring books and all those things that we give out to the kids for fire prevention. That's part of public education. Professional fees, those are basically our accountant, our accountant fees and also our audit fees on an annual basis.
Fuel set at $23,000. We were able to stay flat with that. The special events, I will go into that a little detail. That's $10,000. What special events is it covers, we need to bring extra staff on for, say, a hurricane, snowstorm, or anything we need to do extra for the fireworks that we have here at Ocean Ponds. I'm going to move down. Are there any questions on the operating expenses? Okay. Move down to the compensation and related costs. The salary and wages, $1,087,301. That's up a little bit from 2021, which includes their raises. The benefits, workers' comp, again, they did increase the EMS training. We're able to keep that. There was an increase from 19 to 20, so we can get everybody wearing the same uniforms. Now we're basically just holding par with that. Everybody has the same uniforms as far as our employees go. And then the EMS training, that is definitely something that, and I'm sorry, I mixed those two up. I apologize for that. The EMS training, 6,000. That covers all the paramedic research. Every year they have to do a research, and we have to bring people in from the outside to actually take care of that. Going back to uniforms, we were able to reduce that by $2,000 since we have everybody up to par and standard on their uniforms. So I apologize for that. And then the employee physicals, same thing as the firefighter physicals. We start them off at a baseline, and then we do physicals for them once a year so we can be early and detect any type of medical problems.
Apparatus replacement one for that.
Yeah, the apparatus replacement, that's part of the MOU 130-975. Dave and I are going to be looking at that very close within the next 30 to 60 days to make sure for next budget cycle that we have updated projections for all the equipment. The capital purchase this year at 45, we're going to hold true to that. I've got some SCBA bottles, some air pack bottles. The remainder of those need to be replaced. They're met their hydrostatic testing dates. Also our airbags, which we use to lift vehicles, caught up with me, and they need to be replaced this year as well as they are at their life expectancy.
On the left-hand side, we have the revenue that we get from other sources, which is the EMS billing for the ALS services. As you know, we bill the insurance companies, and this is the revenue that we get from that billing, and that's reflected also on the
the column on the other side that says billing contract, what happens is we get 100% of the revenue on a bill, we get 100% of the revenue. However, we pay 80% of that, 8% back to the billing company. So that's the EMS billing. County fire, that's what the county gives us for the fire department. There's a model-driven budget for the various different fire departments for equity purposes. Same thing is for the county EMS, model-driven budget on that based on number of ambulances and number of personnel you have employed. State AMOS, that's the 508 funds, that's our equipment funds that come from the state, and the insurance that we get from our investments. And as you can see at the bottom, we have taken our operating expenses, our compensation, our apparatus replacement and capital for total expenses, and then we minus the revenue, which is right above it, and our request to use 722,150. Any questions?
I have one. My mic doesn't work. Just on the apparatus replacement, what are you replacing now?
So the apparatus replacement, what that is the OPA, the Board of Directors, Ocean Pines pays 50% of the equipment that we have to replace as far as the hard equipment, the engines. We have one engine that's due for replacement this year, coming up at a cost of $600,000 is what we have estimated.
Okay. I mean, this apparatus costs the same this year as it did last year.
No, but it still fits into what we've accumulated
Yes.
on your side and our side.
Yeah, the way you said, it, I thought you, okay, you were on the same page.
Right, no, we're not asking for 300,000.
Because I never heard that, okay.
Gonna look next year.
Okay, I got it. I understand.
Okay.
Anything else, Tony?
Okay, they're asking anything else. If not, I know they have to get back. Any questions, board? Okay, thank you very much, Dave and Steve, much appreciated. I just want to add to the board that last year, if you remember, the fire department, I had asked them, we all asked them, they were flat. So, I mean, this is pretty reasonable. Thank you again, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks all.
Okay, so Steve is telling me that that's it, that we've brought in everybody on the agenda. Larry, board, what say you? Any questions for Steve and myself? If not, just tell me how this board is going to follow up so that my team and myself are ready. We were just talking in the break. There wasn't really that much change today. It's pretty much, and appreciate that the board's been involved throughout this process, but I think Steve only had a couple little points. But Larry, board, how will you be communicating to us?
Well, yeah, I think we covered everything, John. I don't think we've made any recommendations that change your projection of $35 at this point, unless I missed something. You know, again, the things that you talked about to reduce it from the 121 to 35, I think all of us agreed that it was appropriate. I think the only thing that I think the board would like to see is something regarding aquatics.
If aquatics is gonna do it, I want to see it for Parks and Rec too.
Well, the thing with Parks and Rec, and I understand what you're saying, the thing with Parks and Recs though is Park and Recs is not an amenity, and most of the expenses they incur goes out for doing stuff for the community. I think the analysis, I know I did the analysis at, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, and looked at whether or not the classes that Parks and Rec are holding and whether or not they are profitable or not, and it turns out they are. So,
well, I get it, but my point is there's almost $600,000 loss in Parks and Rec. We have payroll that's 10% higher than it was last year, and we're going into a second COVID year. We've got amenities like the gym and the park that have to be staffed when they're run. So it's still an amenity nonetheless. I mean, and all the classes, I understand, but you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm just saying, if we're going to go after big losses, that's a big.
Yeah, Larry, could I comment on that? The amount of loss is really less than $100,000 more than typically is lost in Parks and Rec if you go back the last few years. And, you know, that they did a fairly good job of containing losses this year with COVID without us giving input. I don't see that we need to put them through that. I think they've made good decisions. They've contained their losses. I expect they'll take us the same approach next year. So,
I've just looked, it's $100,000 more loss than it was the last year we had the full number.
yeah, but then you look at aquatics and it's, if you look at the difference between an $8,000 loss and a $381,000 loss, that's a much bigger loss. And I think that bears making some decisions that maybe we should give guidance on.
So may I answer that question?
Yeah.
And there is no membership. Look, I want to make sure, my thing is, I'm going to go back to what Doug said. I want to make sure that our employees aren't thinking that we're going after any individuals or any individual departments, period, because of what they're.
So I can't hear anything. I don't know if somebody muted it or what.
To make sure that we're not singling any people out and think that the board's going after them because their budgets are bad because of COVID, because they can't control it. That's all.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening. You know, it's not about going after departments, it's going after losses. And the decisions you have to make about reduction of services versus reductions in costs in other areas. So, but.
Well, service costs are identical. I mean, that's what they are. I mean, you're talking services, if you're gonna reduce services, at the aquatics, you're closing places down and getting rid of payroll. If you're gonna reduce services in Parks and Rec, you're closing down classes, amenities, and getting rid of payroll. I mean, it's exactly the same thing. No matter how you want to turn it, it's the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm just talking about the difference in the total dollar amount that we're going after. So. I'm just saying.
That's all.
All right, John, you have anything?
So if I could just, the Rec and Parks, basically, their budget's based, I'm just going to give you financial numbers. Look, you guys, ladies, whatever. Steve and I were just looking at it because it's basically in line with last year's budget, which was before COVID, except for the increases in the payroll and the benefit costs that we know across the board. Rec and Parks, Public Works, that's a cost every year in that 500,000. Well, at least the Rec and Parks, 600,000. I don't have the Public Works number off the top of my head, but that's always a cost there. So look, whatever the board says, obviously I'll follow up on. I await guidance from the board or tasks, whatever. But I just, from a financial standpoint, I just want to point out that the numbers for Rec and Parks, that's all, they're pretty much in line with the budget last year. There really wasn't a COVID adjustment when I talk about the $77 for Rec and Parks. If anything, Steve just told me it was favorable $2. That's all. I just want to put some financial numbers in there. The rest is up to the board. I await guidance and tasks.
Okay.
Anything else?
That's it.
I think we're done, John.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Much appreciated.
Yep, thanks, John.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye, everybody. Appreciate it.
Yeah. See you.
Great job.